appears to be a sworn statement of yourself. Correct? That document goes through to page 508, where there's a signature.
Have you explained the black trim, the black numbers and
Yes,
numbers?
we have.
Oh, okay.
Just to remind you, Mr. Zwane, the black numbers in the top left-hand corner.
508.
There's a signature there. Whose signature is that?
Chair, this is the signature belonging to me.
Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius. What's the page you referred him to?
508. I trust it is the same page in your bundle.
Yeah, well, I'm asking because I see his statement at page 459 on my bundle. So let me go to 508. Yes, okay, all right.
That's your signature on page 508.
Yes, Chair.
The sworn statement from page 459 and continuing to page 508, is that your sworn statement?
That's correct, Chair.
As far as you are concerned, the contents of that statement, are they true and correct?
That's correct, Chair.
There is one more document which is part of the same exhibit. Chair, and before admitting the exhibit, perhaps we should go there. You go to page 615. You have it?
Yes, Chair.
That document is a document headed Reply to Questions from E. Lambrechts, dated 10 June. What happened was the investigators asked certain questions of you, and you replied to these questions in this document. There's a signature at page 165 of that document, sorry, page 622 of that document, the last page in the bundle.
That is my signature, Chair.
That's your signature. And the answers, although not in a sworn statement, to the questions contained in this document, are they true and correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Those documents, Chair, form part of Exhibit UU9. May they be admitted, please?
Well, there is first the statement or affidavit starting at page 459. That affidavit is a standalone affidavit but has certain annexures.
Correct, Chair.
Do the annexures include the replies to the questions that you have just dealt with at the end, or does that document stand alone?
No, Chair, that's why I referred to it separately. The affidavit predates the reply to the questions.
Yes, so that would mean that the affidavit and its annexures would be an exhibit on its own, and then that reply would be a separate exhibit on its own.
Yes, together with the questions, so perhaps that should be exhibit
I think we should
UU10.
identify the document that contains the questions as well, because then it would also be a document on its own. I think it seems to start at page 609, is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Let's start with the affidavit or statement starting at page 459. You propose that should be marked Exhibit UU8,
UU9, Chair.
UU9. Mr. Msebenzi Joseph Zwane's affidavit starting at page 459 is admitted, and together with its annexures will be marked Exhibit UU9. And then I think the next one would be the document with which posed certain questions to him. That is it at 609? Yes, the document which appears or starts at page 609 is admitted and will be marked Exhibit
Ten.
UU10.
That's the document that goes through to page 622.
Yes. that's the
Questions and
document.
answers.
Yes. And then
I was suggesting, Chair, that the questions and answers be admitted together as part of the same exhibit.
I don't think so, because they are not written by the same person. I think they...
Well, that's fine, Chair. Then 609 to page 614 will be exhibit UU10.
Yes. And then Mr. Zwane's reply to those questions starting at page 615
Yes.
will be admitted and marked Exhibit UU11.
11.
11. Yeah, okay.
Chair, I've just been told by those that are responsible for this task that there is already an exhibit UU10,
So we'll may need to make it,
9A, 9B.
yeah. So, we'll change then the document starting at page 609, which were questions that were sent to Mr. Zone's attorneys. We'll amend that it will be marked Exhibit UU9A. And the document containing Mr. Zwane's response to that, starting at page 615, will be marked Exhibit UU9B.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
You may proceed, Mr. Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Zwane, your affidavit, which has just been admitted, and the answers to the question deal with a number of topics, as we now know. The purpose of the questions today, however, is to deal only with the housing project that occurred during 2010 and 2011 in the Free State. And at that time, you were MEC for the department, which went through various name changes, but we've referred to it as the Department of Human Settlements. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
We know that the facts underlying the housing project through that period have been the subject matter of a number of investigations, and many of those facts, correct or incorrect, in fact, are public knowledge. We know that. Correct?
Yes, Chair.
However, there are two issues that we would like to concentrate on, and have concentrated on largely, at least, in this week of evidence, and that is the context within which the advance payment project took place, and that's the housing contracts, or lack thereof, in the first place, and the second is the question of accountability, and it's really those issues that we'll be largely covering. There was, during 2010 and 2011, a public procurement process that was embarked upon by the department. And that involved a tender for the construction of houses in the Free State province. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
The funding for that project, that housing project, would have come from the National Fiscus, correct?
Correct, Chair.
And the funding was controlled, granted in the first place and controlled in the second place by the provisions of the Division of Revenue Act. We've referred to it as DORA. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, other prescripts as well, but that one in addition. It was necessary, as I understand it, to go out on a new tender process for the construction of houses because a decision had been made by the Premier and the Cabinet that the houses should be larger than originally planned. Is that correct?
Well, Chair, I think the two are separated. Normally, each year, the Department of Human Settlement, as it was called by then, would actually build houses. The issue of bigger and better houses was a separate issue added to a normal process that will be followed when building houses in terms of the database. I was informed when I was there.
All right. Well, let's just deal with the facts briefly and by way of introduction to the questions that we would like to put to you, Mr. Zwane. There was, in fact, a public procurement process that took place in the first half of the 2010-2011 financial year.
That is correct, Chair.
What happened is that at the time the bids, the various bids that were presented by various contractors were presented and adjudicated, the tender period, the tender validity period had expired. Correct?
As I was told, Chair.
And a decision was then made to abandon that process. Were you told that as well?
That is correct, Chair.
And
You can keep your mic on, Mr. Zwane.
Okay.
know that the tender closed on the 16th of April 2020. All that is part of the evidence and the really public record. That the Bid Adjudication Committee considered the bids, and the evidence has been that a number of bids were disqualified. Let me just put the numbers to you for the record. According to the information that we have and the evidence that we've received, 361 bids were received, 105 were disqualified for basic bid compliance reasons, 147 were disqualified because they did not meet the minimum functionality threshold, 109 bids of the 361, including 81 from established contractors and 28 from emerging contractors, were recommended to the Bid Adjudication Committee to be adjudicated on price. Right, and that was the result of the Bid Evaluation Committee's work. They categorized the bids and sent them on to the Bid Adjudication Committee, which then met on the 28th of July 2010. Now, you may not recall the figures, but that's the evidence. You're happy to accept that?
Well, I don't know that evidence, Chair.
Right.
It was
All
not
right.
brought
Well,
to my attention.
that is in fact the evidence. The Bid Adjudication Committee then met on the 28th of July 2010, and at that meeting it was noted that the tender validity period had lapsed. That committee resolved that the tender should be cancelled and a database of service providers, and I presume a new database of service providers, should be established. Correct?
As I was told, Chair.
As you were told. Now, the first question which arises is, I presume that throughout this process you were receiving reports in your capacity as MEC for Human Settlements as to this process, were you?
No, Chair.
You weren't?
I wasn't. I was expecting a final report on the final outcome because that would determine the date of us starting the building of houses.
Right. By 28 July 2010, it must have been of some concern to you that no houses had yet been built under the allocation that had been granted for that year.
That is correct, Chair.
Were you told that the public tender process had been abandoned and that a database would be created?
That is correct, Chair.
And did you agree to that process?
Yes, I did agree to the process, Chair.
Now, why was the tender process simply abandoned and not corrected?
I may not know the details, Chair, but when I asked what is going to be the difference, I was told that the database has been used by previous MECs before me to construct houses, so there will be no issue at all about the database.
Well, this is a new contract. It's to build different houses. The contract required a process to be embarked upon.
That is correct, Chair, but you'll remember earlier on I indicated that the two processes were not categorized under the same kind of understanding. The process of the tender of building houses was as a normal tender which will be entered into year by year. And the process of building bigger houses was not going to be part of the specification that were done in terms of calling for a tender of building houses, as far as I can remember.
Yes, but we know, don't we, Mr. Zwane, that this new database comprised of the parties who had bid in the new tender process in 2010. So these were new entrants onto the scene, and they were being allowed onto the scene without any formal tender process having been embarked upon in respect of their admission at least.
Let me say, after the tender was abandoned and the database was followed, there were requirements that were made by EXCO, which is the executive of Free State, that our database should include categories that were not there before, some of them. It should include young people that would of course come in with less experience or no experience at all. It should include the disabled, which were not there earlier on. It should also pick on women, which were there but in a smaller number. Of course, the experience that were there all these years, and it should also consider the geographical spread of the province, because the province is divided into 5 regions, if I recall well. And those were the issues that the database has had to consider. And surely, considering those issues, indeed there would be new entrants in the database, Chair.
All right, let's go back a step. The first group of contractors that formed this new database that was established in 2010 would have been the contractors who bid during the lawful tender process, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
That included those who were disqualified during the course of that process, correct?
I did not go to those details, Chair. All what I requested from the accounting office and the officials is that as they compile the database, they should look into these categories, and of course, they will go back and look at the tender that was abandoned. Not only that, the database had also experienced contractors, I want to believe, that may not have been in this tender process.
Well, that's the evidence. Are you saying you were unaware of the inclusion of disqualified bidders on the database?
That's correct.
So this happened despite the fact that you appear to have controlled the process. This happened without your knowledge.
I did not control the process, Chair. The process was required to be approved by me. But the details in terms of how the database was compiled, I gave the feedback from EXCO and allowed the officials to do that and bring the product to me.
Well, did you ask them how this database was eventually composed?
I can't exactly recall that, Chair, but what I recall is that when the database, when the final list from the database was presented to me, I had to go through it and checking what I have requested them to try and comply with, because that was the decision by the EXCO.
All right, so the EXCO, that's chaired by the Premier.
That is correct.
The EXCO said that a new database must be composed or compiled. It must comply with certain requirements, and that instruction was passed on to you, I understand. Is that correct?
The ESCO said that the database that we are going to be developing should take into consideration the categories as I've said them, which may actually in a nutshell be called the previously disadvantaged.
Yes, yes. All right. You were given an instruction by the Provincial Exco, which is a committee of the Provincial Cabinet chaired by the Premier, Mr. Magashule. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
You were told to compile a new database that complied with certain requirements communicated to you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You then gave those instructions to officials to compose this database of bidders in their discretion.
The officials which were there, Chair, have been long in that department. It is them that would actually take me through the processes as they did when the tender failed.
Right.
And I could not dictate to them in terms of the nitty-gritties because from where I was seated, that was an administrative issue.
But the point I'm making is that these nitty-gritties were quite important. These were the decisions that decided or resulted in people being admitted to the database, a discretion of an official, not an open tender process. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And did they report to you as to how they exercised their discretion?
No, they didn't.
Did no one say to you, but you can't do it this way? You can't give contracts for the expenditure of state funds for the construction of houses without going through a proper procurement process. Did no one say that to you?
It is them that suggested, Chair,
Through the officials?
the officials, that throughout the years, the database has been used in the department by my predecessors, and as a newcomer there, I agreed with that process for as long as it was going to help us move forward building houses.
Yes, but here, Mr. Zwane, this is a new database. It's being
Yes.
created after a tender process has been abandoned. Correct?
Yes, Chair.
It's being populated at the discretion of officials, although guidelines have been given to you by Cabinet. Correct?
That's correct, Chair.
No formal tender process, therefore, would precede the granting of a contract to any particular contractor on the database. Correct?
That's correct, Chair.
That is unlawful. Were you never aware of that?
No, I was not aware of it. As I've said earlier on, I was told that this has been the process that has been followed. I even asked, based on what is it, the PFMA process, they told me it's a process under Housing Act,
Who told you that?
the officials.
Which officials? Can you name them?
The HOD at that particular time was Ntate
Mokoena?
Gift Mpho Mokoena. The CFO was Mercy Pati Dlamini. Those are the anchor in terms of the department.
So you say Mr. Mokoena and Ms. Dlamini told you that it was perfectly in order to just create a database at the discretion of officials without going through a formal tender process before construction contracts were awarded. And you believed them.
They said to me the database, as I was interrogating, should be advertised through different processes, but the database has been used all these years before I arrived. So I believed that because I was not there.
Yes, but you're talking about a database that preceded your arrival as MEC, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
2010, 2011, we're talking about a new database.
In my understanding, Chair, as I was informed, the database of the previous years would have followed what the officials followed when they were developing a database of 2010.
Yes, well, we're not looking at that for the moment because we know that in the 2010-2011 new database, new contractors were admitted. Correct.
That's correct, Chair.
There is no evidence of any formal tender process, public procurement process, and I stress public procurement process having been followed. Now, you say you were assured by officials that this was lawful. Did you check that?
No, I didn't check it, Chair.
Let me ask this question. Before the tender process that was abandoned, was there, to your knowledge, a database of contractors that the department was keeping?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay.
I was told so.
That's how you were told?
Yes.
And then there was a tender, an open tender process that was embarked upon with special reference to the 2010-2011 allocation.
Yes.
And that process was then, that process, before it was abandoned, had included a determination by the relevant committee of who met the minimum requirements among those who put in bids and who could be considered. Is that right?
That's
so
right,
there were
Chair.
those who were disqualified because they did not meet the minimum requirements, and there were those who were judged as eligible and meeting those requirements. That's right.
That's right.
Yes, and then that process was abandoned because, as I understand from other witnesses who have come before you, the tender period had expired. Is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Now, the discussion about a database, as I understand it, maybe a new database, seems to have happened after the open tender process had been abandoned. Is that right?
That's right, Chair.
In terms of what you were told, or in terms of your understanding, the contractors who would be on the database that was contemplated when you gave instructions to the officials after being instructed by the Executive Council, who was it going to include? Was it going to include those who may have been on the database before the open tender process happened, and those who had put in bids in response to the open tender process? What was your understanding of who would be included in the database that was contemplated?
Well, as I said earlier on, Chair, the detail that the Chair is talking about in terms of the numbers who qualified, who did not qualify, was not brought to me. The information that is presented to me, I would have said to the officials, go develop a database of those who qualify. Bring it to me. Let's go through it together and just check whether the criteria that the ESCO has requested us to align ourselves with has been met, and then approve the database and start the building of the houses.
But obviously you had a certain understanding when EXCO effectively gave you certain instructions about this, about the compilation of a database. Was your understanding that this was going to be a newly created database.
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
Yes, okay. And was your understanding, what was your understanding as to who would qualify to be in this database that EXCO asked you to ask the officials to put together?
The process of tendering, as this process was started, was a process that I welcomed as an MEC.
Yes,
The process was not abandoned because of me. It was abandoned because of these reasons that officials have put here, which were not controlled by me. I then went back and asked, are you going to re-advertise a tender? Then I was told that no, there is a database that have been used by previous MECs that were here before you, and it is pretty legal. Then I requested the officials to go through and develop that database and bring the final product so that we check the criterion that ESCO has set for us and approve the list.
Was your understanding that in creating that database, the officials were limited to the contractors who were already on the database of the department? Was your understanding that they were not limited to those contractors? They could actually go out of that database and bring in into the database other contractors?
My expectation, Chair, was that where they meet up with hiccups that will require them to go outside the law.
Existing database.
Yeah, they would come back and report so that we find a solution to that. But if they bring a database, as I've requested, and I check that the database is according to the criteria that we have set, I approve that database.
Yes, okay. So would it be correct, therefore, to say, maybe subject to whatever requirements, the officials were not limited in any way in terms of who they could put on the list, on the database?
I may not know that detail, Chair.
Yes.
Because in their presentation, they have been dealing with this database.
Yes.
They knew how to go about dealing with this database
Yes.
in a manner that is within the prescripts of the law.
Yes.
So I expected officials to go and follow that procedure and bring the final product to me.
But in the end, whatever list you were given, you accepted that it could include contractors who had not been in the database of the department before. In other words, who were new entrants into the database. Of course, you expected that you wanted to see contractors that were run or owned by women, people with disabilities, and young people included in that list as well.
Those people who will meet the criteria as set by EXCO,
Yes,
in my thinking and my
Yes.
understanding,
yes,
were part of the people who had tendered.
yes,
And when the tender was abandoned, it means those people were part of the scope, because I have not even seen the database before, which was in existence. So when I said they should go back, and when they brought the final product to me, I thought they were able to find everybody they need in terms of the criteria within the prescripts of the law.
Okay. I thought thought that last part you were going to say within the group of contractors who were either already on the database or who had put in bids. But that's not what you meant, because I think you did say they could get somebody who, other people were outside, who had not put in bids and who were not on the database already. Is that right? You had no problem if somebody, if they brought a contractor or contractors who had not put in bids and who had not been on the database of the department, as long as they enhanced the issues that EXCO had been concerned about, namely women, people with disabilities, and young people.
I would definitely have asked them what criteria have they followed,
yeah.
in getting these people outside.
Okay.
I would definitely raise that question.
Yes, okay. Mr. Pretorius.
It seems then that during 2010, in fact, in April 2010, a lawful public procurement process was embarked upon by the department in order to identify contractors who will build low-cost housing in the Free State province. That we've established. Correct?
According to my knowledge, Chair,
Yes.
as that was reported to me.
Yes, all right. We have several witnesses who said that it's a matter of public record. That process was abandoned for whatever reason. That is also a matter of public record. Now, you know about its abandonment, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
The resolution of that situation is one aspect that we will deal with. The other aspect is that I understand that Cabinet, or the EXCO of the Provincial Cabinet, made a decision that a new database should be created comprising people from various categories. That instruction was then given to you, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
And on receipt of that instruction, you instructed your officials to populate the database. But they did so in their discretion under your instruction, correct?
No, that's not correct, Chair.
How were they identified? And who identified them?
On receipt of the instruction by EXCO, I went back to my officials, I related the instruction. A tender process was opened and later abandoned because of the reasons that have been given here to date, which were the reasons not caused by me. Then, after the process, I requested a report in terms of a way forward. That's when this issue of a database was raised to me by the officials. By the officials, the HOD. I did not ask a database from nowhere. The issue was brought to me. It was given to me as an information that the department has been following all these years a database in building houses. And I then requested them to develop that database, taking into consideration the criteria that EXCO has requested us to follow.
So who would go out and identify contractors to put them on the database by applying the criteria given to you by EXCO?
That function is a function that is assigned to the accounting officer, held by his or her senior officials, Chair. That is why I communicated the message with him.
So in the discretion of the HOD on your evidence, and in the discretion of officials who reported to the HOD, contractors would be identified and put on the database.
That is correct.
And you were informed that that was entirely legal.
That is what I was told, Chair.
What was your understanding of the implications or effects of a contractor being put on the database? For example, in terms of being given a contract or a job.
I did ask that question, Chair. You'll remember I responded to that question earlier on, that when I asked that question, I was even told that what was being followed is the act that is called Housing Act. And the development of new database have been a process that was undertaken before I arrived. And having that information, I could not detect at that particular time anything illegal about this process, because I am told by the person who has been there who has spent 15 years with this process, and nobody has challenged this process before. And he says, this is the process that we have been following. Then I gave them permission to follow that process and develop a database as they would normally do.
Is that Mr. Mkwena who was HOD who told you that?
Yes, Chair.
So he's the person who said we can use a database as opposed to an open tender process to award contracts.
Yes, sir.
And he said that it was something that could be done under the Housing Act.
He said that is something that they have been doing
Yes.
all these years with the previous MCs before me.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
But I thought you also said, he said, doing things that way was what was provided for in the Housing Act.
Yes, Chair. That's what
you
I'm saying.
said.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. But in going back to my question, I understand what you have just said, and it's important. Was your understanding that once a person or a contractor had been placed on the database in this manner that was suggested by Mr. Mkwena, they could then be given jobs by the department without any further process or public process? Or was your understanding that there could still, or there would still be some open competitive process?
My understanding is that they would develop this database. After the database is developed, then the people will be brought forward. Those who have no capacity, the department will devise means to be able to capacitate them in the process of developing them moving forward, but work would start.
Yes.
Yes.
So your understanding was that once they were on the database, then subject to the department helping some who needed to be capacitated and so on, subject to that, they would be given work.
That was the understanding which was given to me, Chair.
And that was given by Mr. Mkwena.
Yes.
Mr. Pretorius.
Under your watch, Mr. Zwane, 1.4 billion rand was allocated for the construction of low-cost housing, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
I would imagine that wherever the execution of particular tasks lay, that as MEC you would be accountable for the lawful expenditure of that money, let alone the efficient and successful expenditure of that money, correct?
My duty, according to the law, Chair, was to receive reports in terms of the expenditure of that money. The accounting officer will be responsible for the management of the finances of the department in an effective and efficient manner. And any unauthorized expenditure, he had all the right to actually stop or allow it. If he allows it, In fact, the law says when there is any instruction given, even by the authority, that has financial implications, that instruction should be given in writing, and the accounting officer, if he or she does not agree with that decision, must in writing advise the authority that that decision can actually have the unauthorized issues. If the executive persuade or instruct further that this decision, a lawful decision should be done, that should be reported by the accounting officer to National Treasury, Provincial Treasury if we are in the province, and the Office of Auditor General to ensure that he covers himself. Those, according to law, are the powers given to the accounting officer. So if I get a report from the accounting officer that says we are still on track on this matter, I interrogate the report in terms of my knowledge, and if I'm satisfied, and he's happy about the report, then we continue.
Right. Well, two questions arise. The first is that this has been put to Mr. Mokoena, that he was the accounting officer, and he was, to use the term, accountable in terms of the Public Finance Management Act for what happened under his watch, correct?
That is correct.
Is there any explanation as to why he wasn't held accountable for what happened in 2010, 2011?
Well, Chair, I must indicate that until I left the department in 2011, this matter of the illegality of the database had not been brought to the fore by anyone. The structures which would have bring this thing to my attention was Treasury and the audit report. And so at no stage I had ignored, as far as I can remember, a report that points to that direction, that this issue has to be attended to, and then I ignore. No, I don't recall myself ignoring such a report.
Well, had it been drawn to your attention that anything in the course of the execution of public procurement during 2010, 2011 was unlawful, what would you have done?
I would have acted
How?
on the report based on the seriousness of what has happened, which is illegal. The people who were advising me, the accounting officer, ahead of the pack, would have accounted for whatever irregularity.
Okay. What would you have done as MEC? Had you been told during the course of 2010, 2011 that what was being done within the department was illegal, what would you have done?
Would have stopped it immediately.
Would have stopped it?
Yeah, would have stopped it immediately. My interest was not that much in the names of the people appearing on the database. My interest, as I related to the officials, was that there should be service delivery on the ground as we had promised people. Remember, according to the PFMA, my role is to take the needs of the majority of the people I serve, turn those needs into a policy, determine the outcomes, and hand it over to the accounting officer for implementations and the determination of the outputs. I would have done exactly that.
Well, as I understand you describing the role of an MEC, it's a matter of formulating policy and then handing it to the officials for the execution of that policy. Very broadly speaking, is how you describe it. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Just to summarize so we can move forward, Mr. Zwane, we have two things occurring in the procurement process in the Free State in 2010-2011. First, we have a public procurement process which is abandoned and the creation of a new database. Correct.
That is correct, Chair.
Second, we have a decision from EXCO saying that various categories of persons must be identified and placed onto a database. Correct.
That is correct, Chair.
That latter instruction from EXCO went via you to the officials in your department. Am I correct?
To just set the record straight, ESCO is attended by both the MEC and the executive. But in terms of the responsibility of the implementation of the ESCO decision, MEC will have to carry that responsibility going back to ESCO.
I'm sorry, Mr. Zwane, you might have to clarify something. You've just made the statement that EXCO is attended by both the MEC and the executive. Now, EXCO stands for Executive Council. Those are the MECs of the provinces and the Premier. Is that right? That is EXCO.
That is,
Am I right?
you are right, Chair.
Yes. So when you say EXCO is attended by both the MECs and the executive, are you referring to the HODs?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
HODs
Yeah,
in
of
the
the
Free
different
State
departments.
of the department, different departments would normally form
Part of the
part of the
executive.
EXCO meetings.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that all the time or only when there are certain issues that they need to deal with?
In the EXCO Free State, most of the time, unless the Premier specify
Yeah,
that in this EXCO we will need only the MECs.
yes.
But most of the times, we both attend.
But just to make sure that when we are all on the same page when we use these terms, when we talk about EXCO, strictly speaking, that is the Premier and the MECs only, but anyone else who attends an EXCO meeting attends
By
by
invitation.
invitation. But otherwise, when you say EXCO, you are not including HODs. You are talking about the Provincial Executive Council. But other people may be invited, and others might have a standing invitation to attend unless excluded. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so when we say EXCO, we're referring to the Premier and his MECs, but other people may attend on invitation.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
The point I was making is that in the Free State,
Yes. Most of the time, the HODs would
the
attend.
HODs were part of the standing invitation
Yes,
to the
yes.
EXCO.
Okay, no, that's fine.
The EXCO meeting to which you've referred, Mr. Zwane, more or less, when did that take place?
Well, I may not recall exactly, Chair, but it was earlier in the year, because in the state of the provincial address, if I recall well, the Premier of the Free State province announced that the province will be building bigger and better houses. And immediately after that state of the province address, departments will then pick up what they need to do, go back, and devise means to implement. So normally the state of the province address is around February. So around February, March, I should say.
And there would be minutes of that meeting, presumably.
That's correct, Chair.
So that raises a further question. If in February, March, EXCO is saying, go and populate a database of contractors to build houses in 2010, 2011, how did it come about that in April, a public procurement process was taking place? It seems that there were two parallel processes. Rather strange.
Well, Chair, that question I think will be best suited to be answered by the accounting officer, because normally once we as politicians have made a decision, he has to implement. But I must indicate to this commission that after the state of the province address, different departments must then follow suit in making budget statement policies. That is a process that is followed by each and every department. And after that process, it's a public announcement like the state of the province by departments, then HODs have to start implementing according to the budget statement policy of the department. In my own thinking, is that it could have been possible that the time which was wasted was between the state of the province and the budget policy statement of the department. Because I can't recall exactly when was our budget statement policy, the date of that statement.
Well, fortunately, we're dealing, for the moment at least, with the Human Settlements Department, and we're dealing with the procurement process. Do I understand it correctly that prior to April 2010, there was an instruction given by EXCO to the Human Settlements Department to populate a database in accordance with certain criteria which were named? Do I understand your evidence correctly?
That is correct.
And at the same time, in April 2010, a public procurement process, tender process, was embarked upon to identify contractors for the construction of low-cost housing in the Free State Province. Correct?
That is correct.
Did you understand that there were two parallel processes happening?
Namely,
A database is being created, which is populated under the instruction of EXCO at the discretion of officials and the HOD, on the one hand, who could be given work, and on the other hand, a public procurement process is taking place where tenderers would be evaluated according to certain criteria and then would be given work on the basis of that evaluation.
that is not correct.
Well then,
Yeah, he's asking for your understanding. What
My,
was your understanding?
my understanding on this matter, as I've said earlier on, is that the first process that went to a point where it was abandoned was a
Open tender process.
it's an open tender process. It was not a parallel process. It went ahead until it was abandoned. When this process was abandoned, I requested for a way forward, as I have said earlier on. That's when the issue of the database was raised.
Well, that's something I really would like clarification on, because earlier on, I was under the impression that the meeting where EXCO gave the instruction you have talked about was or took place after the open tender process had been abandoned. So I thought, okay, so it means that EXCO was updated as to what was happening, that the tender process was abandoned and then was told that here is a way in which it is sought to address the issue, and then they made their own suggestions. But you have, in answer to Mr. Pretoria's questions, you have said that meeting actually happened much earlier in the year. So that does appear on the face of it to suggest two parallel processes, but that might be a misunderstanding. So his question really is, what did it mean to be put on the database when there is an open tender process where people are being invited, contractors are being invited to tender? That's where I think the question is.
Let me try and explain it in terms of how I understand it. Chair. The ESCO, as the decision came, did not prescribe to the department what way to follow. What ESCO requested is that the final product, we may call it a list, because I think what may be an issue here is this weight database.
Yeah.
The final product, let's for the purpose of this,
The final list.
yeah, let's say it's a final list. The final list must include the criteria that the ESCO
They specify.
Yes. And ESCO does not say to us, for the final list, you must go the route of open tender or database. This is what ESCO wants. We move. There is an open tender that has been abandoned, and then an issue of the database is raised, and that issue is being followed, and that issue produces a list that ESCO has requested. So with ESCO, we were not discussing the mechanism of how to move forward in the production of the final list. We were supposed to follow what is within the law, and once we have done that, ESCO, the list will be taken to ESCO for a check whether the criteria has been followed, and we start the process of delivering houses.
So was ESCO's concern that ultimately the list of contractors who would be awarded contracts would take account of the requirements that they specified? How that list came about was left to the officials, is that right?
That is correct.
Why would, if there is an open tender process without a database, contractors who wished to put in bids would be able to put in bids, and that would include contractors that were run by women or owned by women, and people with disabilities and young people. So in other words, without talking about a database, you could still, the open tender process could still produce a list that would satisfy the requirements that ESCO had in mind. Is that not? Is that not so?
That is so, Chair.
Yes. So why didn't ESCO leave the whole issue of the final list that is brought to them to the open tender process that I assume they knew would be followed.
ESCO did not stop the open tender, Chair.
Yes, no, I accept that it didn't, at least for now.
Yes.
I'm just asking the question. They must have known that in order for the Provincial Department of Human Settlements to build houses with the funding that came from the National Department, this conditional allocation, they must have known that an open tender public process would be initiated. Am I right in thinking along those lines?
Well, not entirely, Chair, taking into account that we were told, and this is what I related also to ESCO,
Yes,
that there has been a process
yes,
that was followed
yes,
by this department through out all these years
to use the database
to use the
without
database.
an open tender.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so, because I must have misunderstood. Earlier on, I thought you were told that after the abandonment of the open tender process, when you were asking for the way forward, but from what you say, you were told actually even before the open tender process was initiated. Is that right?
Told by
The officials.
I'm saying I was new in EXCO. There were MECs who have been there before myself. They knew these processes. That is why I'm saying not entirely.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
What you have told me is that in terms of what EXCO knew, you said it was not, I was not entirely correct to think that ESCO would have known that the building of houses would be preceded by an open tender process. And then you said because they also knew, and you told them that you had been informed that in the past, the database had been used instead of an open tender process. That's my understanding of what you said. Am I right?
I told them after I was told by the official, after
Yes.
the tender, open tender process
Yes.
have been abandoned.
Yes. Okay. You only told ESCO about the use of the database in the place of an open tender after the tender process had been abandoned.
Yes.
Yes. Prior to the open tender process happening, being initiated, were you aware of that position, irrespective of your source of information, namely that before you, the department did or would sometimes use the database in the place of an open tender process to award contracts?
No, Chair.
You did not know that?
No, I did not know.
Okay. Do you know whether EXCO knew that at the time they gave the instructions about the database?
I presume that on the strength that some of my colleagues have been there,
Yeah.
and I was told that this process has been taking place
Yes.
all these years. I
Yeah.
presume that some of my colleagues in the ESCO knew.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So going back to what EXCO contemplated would happen, because you were part of EXCO, when it gave instructions about the creation of a database, I was suggesting to you that EXCO would have known that before the department would award contracts for the building of houses, there would be an open tender process. Is my thinking of what they knew correct?
That is correct, Chair.
That is correct.
Yes.
Now, the question that arises is, if they knew that there was going to be an open tender process, where everyone would be invited to put in bids if they could build houses. Why did they not leave the question of the list to be determined through that process, rather than say the department must create a database that would take care of the requirements that they specified? Why was that necessary?
Chair, I thought I tried to explain this before. That
Yes, you may have tried, and I didn't understand. Please
yeah,
try again.
Okay, let me give it a try again, Chair. ESCO was interested in the final product. That is the list. I may have
Yes, you
used
said that, yeah.
database before. They were only interested in the final product, which is the final list. And that the process of obtaining the final list was a process of the department. That is why the department followed an open tender until it was abandoned. And when this process was abandoned, I asked for a way forward, not from ESCO, but from my officials. That's when the issue of a database was raised. And after some explanation, we agreed that the database should be followed. I reported at that moment to ESCO, because I had to report progress in terms of when are we building houses. I reported that there has been this issue, and here are the reasons, and this is the way forward, as suggested. And ESCO agreed with that way forward.
That way forward being using the
Database,
database in
yes,
the
Chair.
place of an open tender process.
That has been abandoned.
That had been abandoned, yes.
Yes.
So, the meeting of ESCO that happened prior to the initiation of the public tender process, is there a meeting at which, that is prior to the initiation of the open tender process, is there a meeting at which ESCO talked about a database for the department? Because initially what you have just told me is in accordance with my initial understanding of what you were saying.
Yes.
But then there was a time when you were answering certain of Mr. Pretoria's questions, and I understood you to be saying EXCO actually gave that instruction not long after the State of the Province address.
That was in connection with the statement of bigger and better houses.
Yes, yes.
That statement was made in the State of the Provincial Address. In the State of the Provincial Address, the details of open tender database are not part of that State of the Province Address. It was the size of the houses, the in-look of the houses, because
The size and the quality.
yeah, size and quality aspects like ceiling and bath inside. Those were the issues that were announced in around February, March, as I've said to Mr. Pretorius. Yes.
But my question is whether there was a meeting of ESCO that took place after the State of the Province address, but before the initiation of the open tender process, at which ESCO gave an instruction that the department should put together a database? Or was there no such meeting where such a thing was said?
No, I can't recall that.
Okay, so the only time when you testified about EXCO giving instructions that the department should compile a database. That is after the open tender process had been abandoned.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Pretorius. I see that we are at nearly 25 past. Do you want to ask some question before we take the
Take the short adjournment.
Yeah, okay. Let's take the tea adjournment. We will resume at 22:12. We adjourn.
of events right. You spoke about an EXCO meeting towards the beginning of the year before April 2010. Do you recall that?
Yes, Chair.
I understood your evidence earlier to be that it was at that meeting that EXCO said establish a database and make sure that certain categories of contractor appear on that database. It seems that I understood you wrong or you were wrong, either. Correct.
I have since tried to clarify that.
All right, so let's
It
clarify.
was a usage of database, maybe in a confusing way. I should have said it was in that meeting where ESCO said our final list, not a database, final list should include the categories I've mentioned, your young people, women, disabled, and experienced.
And that would have been said prior to April 2010 to all the HODs, correct?
In the presence of all the HODs, yes.
Was it said with reference to housing alone or all contracting across the province?
I can't just recall the other agenda items, Chair.
No, what I'm saying is the interest that EXCO had in making sure that the province contracted with people, for example, with disabilities, did that apply to human settlements or did it apply across the board to all provincial departments?
It applied across the board, Chair.
Right. We know that after that, your department determined to go out on public tender in order to populate a category or categories of contractor for the award of housing contracts. Correct.
That is correct, Chair.
We know that that tender process collapsed.
That is correct, Chair.
The question is, why was it not reinstated or corrected?
Well, that was supposed to be the function of the accounting officer, as he was the one who, in the first place, initiated it. And as it collapsed, we were not involved as politicians in terms of its collapse. As I've said earlier on, I requested to know the way forward after the abandonment of the open tender. That's when this issue of database was raised.
Does the Housing Code give the MEC any responsibilities in respect of procurement that you know of?
I have not seen it myself, Chair, but from what I have been told and what has been happening, at least in the Free State Province, that is correct.
All right, we'll come to the detail, and I must first establish, in relation to your answer to an earlier question, that it is the Housing Act or the Housing Code that permits the appointment of contractors via a database. We will check that and come back to you.
Before you proceed, Mr. Pretorius, I'm not sure that I understood what you were saying is correct in your last answer to Mr. Pretorius. He asked a certain question, and you said you haven't seen the code about the code, and you said you hadn't seen it for yourself, but you had been told, according to what you had been told, that is correct. So what is correct?
It is, Chair, correct that according to the Housing Act, the MEC was responsible for the service providers that will ultimately construct houses.
Responsible for them meant responsible for selecting them, or responsible to do what about them? As you understood the position.
As I was told, and I then became to understand that the final approval of that list will lie with the MEC.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Pretorius, at least now I understand what you, as Mr. Zwane was saying, was correct.
So far we have early in the year an instruction by EXCO to all departments to make sure that provincial contracts awarded by the Free State government should include people in various categories, including matters related to youth, disability, and the like. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, let me just make sure I understand. I think this part keeps on getting confusing a bit. Now, you remember earlier on I asked you the question whether there was ever a meeting of ESCO prior to the initiation of the open tender process in which ESCO said there must be a database that met the requirements that we have been talking about. I understood you to be saying you could not remember that there was an ESCO meeting at which that was said. Is my understanding of your evidence correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. So whenever you talk about ESCO instructing the department to compile a database or list that met the requirements in terms of women, people with disabilities, young people, and so on, you are talking about a meeting that happened after the open tender process had been abandoned.
The statement by EXCO in terms of the criteria, not the database,
Yes.
has been a repeated statement in EXCO meetings.
Yes.
The product of the final list of the department that was constructed out of a database, ESCO was told about it only after
Yes. Okay.
the abandonment
Yes.
of the open tender process.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So you are saying that prior to the initiation of the open tender process, ESCO had spoken in general terms and said, in effect, all government departments must make sure that their database or their lists of service providers should meet the requirements that we have talked about.
Yes, Chair.
But-
That issue was like a manifesto, if I have to
Yes,
try and simplify.
yes, they kept on talking about it.
Yes, this is what we aspire to achieve
Yes,
as a province,
yes,
different departments, as you engage into activities that will give people work. Please make sure that our aspiration is met. Yes.
okay, all right.
Chair, I appreciate your assistance in this matter, but if I could just get a chance to get the sequence right.
I'm going to let you get a chance.
Thank you.
I'm also trying to make sure I follow Mr. Pretorius.
As I understand your evidence now, and I'm not going to deal with what evidence you've given earlier this morning, Mr. Zwane, precisely now. As I understand your evidence, prior to April 2010, the EXCO gave an instruction to all departments across the board to ensure that contracts were given to people in various categories. Correct?
That is correct.
That wasn't anything specific for housing,
No,
nor was it specific for any particular process that was embarked upon.
correct, Chair.
And in particular, it wasn't a reference to a database, as I understand you now.
Correct, Chair.
I understood you before, but the record will show what was said and not said before. 26th of April comes along and your department and your HOD initiate a public procurement process. Correct.
Yes, Chair.
That process collapses. Correct.
Correct.
Out of the collapse of that process, it is determined to compose a new database. Is that so?
That is correct.
After that, did EXCO intervene in any manner whatsoever to give any instruction or to receive any report and comment? What did EXCO do after that?
We went to ESCO and reported after I had met with my officials and having been informed about the database. So I reported accordingly that the open tender has been abandoned, and this is the new information that I have that is going to be followed, and that was accepted by EXCO.
Did they give any further instruction?
No,
So EXCO knew, firstly, that a database had collapsed, and secondly, that...
An open tender system had collapsed.
Yes, no, you're quite right. I shouldn't be adding to the confusion. EXCO knew that an open tender process had collapsed and that a new database was to be composed.
that's correct.
And they knew that because you reported that to them.
That's correct, Chair.
And there should be a minute of that meeting as well. When did that meeting take place?
I can't remember well, but it was after the collapse of the open tender process. I can't remember quite specifically
Are you able to remember the month, maybe?
it was well after April,
Well after April.
yes.
Could it be October, September?
I think earlier than that.
Earlier than that?
Yeah,
Okay.
earlier than that.
Well, we know that the decision of the bid adjudication committee that decided what should happen, or what should be proposed to happen after the collapse of the tender process, that meeting took place on the 28th of July 2010. Does that,
I think it,
now that decision is recorded, and if you wish to look at the minute, I'm happy for you to do so. But the minutes of that meeting read, the committee recommends that different databases be consolidated and used as a source of service providers, i.e. departmental database, provincial centralized database, Quadrem, Q-U-A-D-R-E-M database, as well as the list of suppliers who tendered for this tender. You recall that? You want to see the document?
yes, Chair.
If you look at FS 14, it's a bundle behind you.
There is a bundle. Somebody will assist you, Mr. Zwane.
FS 40.
Yeah. Okay.
FS 40.
Page 295. You have that page there?
Yes,
You see
yes, I do, Chair.
under the heading 7, New Matters. We're in the black numbers, FS 14295.
Under
New matters.
matters arising from the minutes.
Item 7 of the minutes.
Yes, Chair. Item 7, new matters, yes.
Right. The print is small, but we can struggle through it. 7.1, there's a little arrow marked next to it, reads evaluation of tender. There's a reference for the construction of BNG houses in the Free State through Project Linked.
Yes.
Reads, the chairperson indicated to the committee that the tender has been evaluated, but due to the fact that the validity of the tender has expired and they cannot adjudicate, they have to cancel the tender. However, in order to spend the money appropriately, they have to use the suppliers on different databases. And then the resolution. Cancellation of tender is recommended due to the expiry thereof. The committee recommends that different databases be consolidated and used as a source of service providers, i.e. departmental database, provincial centralized database, Quadrim database, as well as the list of all suppliers who tendered for this tender. Several points arise out of that minute, Mr. Zwane, that I'd like to ask you about. The first is that it's apparent from this minute that this committee believed that because the validity of the tender had expired, they had to cancel the tender. It seems that they were of the view that the tender had to be cancelled and couldn't be rectified in any way. I just want to say to you that on our researches, that's simply an incorrect statement of the law.
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Pretorius, whether the minute can be or should be read as reflecting that they thought they were obliged to cancel,
Well,
as opposed to just deciding what they thought was the correct way forward.
the wording is, I suppose one could use the word
No,
have
no, I
to
think
in different senses,
No,
but
no, Mr. Pretorius, on reflection, you may be right. Because it says they have to cancel.
yes,
I think you may be right. They may have regarded themselves as obliged to cancel in the
and they
circumstance.
go further to say, however, in order to spend the money appropriately, they have to use suppliers on different databases.
Yes, so they may have thought that was the only way
Yes.
they could go forward.
And if that was what they thought, they were incorrect. Were you aware of that? Did you read these minutes?
As I've said earlier on, Chair, that the details of what was happening administratively was not brought to me.
Well, this is a fundamental recommendation, Mr. Zwane. It's saying no more open tender process. We're throwing that overboard. We're just going to appoint people to a database. That's a fundamental procurement decision. It's not a matter of administrative detail.
As I understand it, Chair, and I want to repeat what I've said earlier on, this was a process that would give birth to a final product of a final list. I've said earlier on that what I had requested from the HOD, Mr. Mpomkwena, was to follow the processes, open tender, bring the final list. In terms of what happens to the committees, the different committees, that is not normally brought to the attention of us as politicians, unless there are problems. And I did allude to the fact that, if I'm correct, after the collapse of the tender process, when I asked for a way forward, a database approach was suggested to me. So I did not know about these minutes. Chair, I must put on record.
But let's leave aside the minute. What you were told is that the open tender process had been abandoned.
Yes, Chair.
And when you asked for the way forward, you were told that a database would be used. And on your own understanding, contractors who would be put on the database would be given contracts subject to assistance from the department with regard to capacitation of those who might have needed capacitation. Now, I think the question that Mr. Pretorius raises, a question I was going to ask you. When you were told that the open tender process would not be pursued further, and a process would be followed that was suggested to you, that was recommended, that would not actually involve an open tender process. Didn't you ask the question, but you people initiated an open tender process because you must have recognized that this was a matter that required to go through an open tender process. How can you now say, let's leave that process and follow a process that is not transparent, that's not open? Did you not ask that question?
I do allude to the fact that I asked, Chair.
Yes, and what was the answer you were given was that this practice of using a database in the place of an open tender had been used before.
I even went further to say, according to which law?
Yes,
And I was given a response that according to the Housing Act.
yes,
Yes, Chair. So I did not have a reason
yes,
not to believe people who were interviewed, appointed, gone to school to ensure that the procedures of the PFMA and other laws governing this process of procurement are followed. I took it in good spirit that I'm being advised by the right people. Yes.
But did you ask to see the relevant provisions of the Act? Because it seems to me this ought to have sounded very strange to you. Because when the department decided to initiate an open tender process, they weren't doing that because they thought it's a nice thing to do. They did that because they were obliged by the law to do so. Now suddenly, because certain things didn't happen, they say we are abandoning that and we'll do things differently. It seems to me that as the MEC, I would expect that you would say, there is something that I don't understand here. In the first place, why didn't you use the database process if this matter didn't require an open tender process? Now you abandon an open tender process, you go into a process that I've never heard of. I'm hearing from you for the first time.
They explained that, as I've explained earlier on. In fact, when I asked them, that issue was the time wasted. If I had known before that there was a shorter process for us to build houses, we could have followed that process after hearing that there is a process. And I want to believe that the issue of money taken at a later stage would have been avoided. But after asking these questions and answers being given to me, I agreed with them. And we closed it at there, and I reported back to ESCO that this is the process we are going to follow. And there was no concern raised at that level also, which would have made me to reconsider what the officials has told me. So that's how the process unfolded.
You didn't think it was such an important matter that you should see the relevant legal provisions of the Housing Act yourself to satisfy yourself that what they were recommending was really in accordance with the law?
Well, Chair,
Or to seek legal advice?
the first process of an open tender, I did not question. I was told by them. I allowed them to proceed. When they came back, explained, gave me reasons, I also allowed them to proceed. At that time, it did not dawn to me that I could get deep into the issues of getting an opinion beyond the people who, some of them, had a background of law. I did not see it that way. So I considered and said, let's proceed.
Okay, Mr. Pretorius.
As I understand your evidence, Mr. Zwane, you were informed by your officials that a database would be established, a new database was established, and you accepted their decision.
That's correct.
You didn't independently take steps to check whether this was a lawful process or not.
That's correct.
You believed, however, that these provisions existed in the Housing Act, you say.
Yes, Chair.
We'll come to those in due course. But just as a HOD would be accountable expressly in terms of the Public Finance Management Act for what happens under his watch with financial implications, I presume you accept that insofar as you approved the establishment of a new database in the place of a collapsed tender process, you would accept accountability for any error in that process that would have resulted in an unlawful procurement process following, if it was unlawful.
If it was unlawful, the accounting officer will carry full responsibility of his actions.
And the MEC is not accountable at all.
The MEC's duty, as I've expressed them before, Chair, once I have given the accounting officer the needs of the people and the outcome, he implements and determines the output. Section 64 of the PFMA states very clearly that if there is any unauthorized expenditure, if it happens because of my instruction now as an MEC, and the HOD did not bring this to my attention in writing, that the activity or the exercise you are engaging yourself in will result in an unauthorized expenditure, he takes full responsibility, because it is his duty to manage the finances of the department effectively and efficiently. And where there are illegalities, it is his duty to ensure that those illegalities does not happen. Now, in the case where the HOD comes to me as an authority and say, here's the report, this is how we are going to implement, I may have not read further the law, but that means that HOD is comfortable with the activity taking place. And if there is any wrong, once this wrong is reported, my duty is to take action as a politician, because I can't be running throughout the department checking laws and so forth. It is an administrative accounting officer's duty to do that. My work is to play oversight through reports. The reports that are generated by the HOD. And if those reports at a particular time are not precise and correct, once that is brought to my attention, then I have to act to the person who misled me or gave me the reports. That's how I understand it.
Well, we understand and we've dealt with the responsibilities of an accounting officer, in this case, Mr. Mokoena, in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. So much is clear and has been dealt with. My question is a slightly different one.
Okay.
Here we are dealing with the expenditure, planned expenditure of 1.4 billion rand. As MEC, if during the period you hold that office or that position, an unlawful procurement process takes place, is the MEC not accountable at all?
If the MEC knowingly allowed this illegal activity to take place, then the MEC also will be held accountable by the Premier if that happened in his watch and him knowingly.
Well, the suggestion that we make from this side of the room, and it's been put to you too by the chair, is that perhaps given the enormity of the budget here, when you were told that a public procurement process had collapsed and a database was to take its place, you should have taken steps to check the law, either yourself or by taking proper legal advice. That's the proposition that we wish to put to you.
I thought reporting this matter to EXCO, as I've said, where different MECs and heads of department seats was a mechanism to find comfort in the process, and that process did go through that structure.
You say you heard that other MECs had used the database structure, therefore you felt comfortable in you doing the same. Do I understand the point correctly?
No. I said, I presume that other MECs knew about the database because they were not new in the provincial department. As we were told earlier on that the database was used in the previous years, so they should have known, I presume, that they should have known about this matter before I came.
Yes, well, I'm not sure who you're referring to when you talk about other MECs, but we know that your justification for using a database in this instance emanates from the provisions of the Housing Act, you say, which would not concern MECs and other departments necessarily.
Well, Chair, what I was trying to indicate is that this matter would be reported. Houses were built in the Free State using the database. And my experience is that everybody will know what everybody is doing because of the reports that will be tabled in the ESCO. That was in that spirit.
We know that the recommendation of the Bid Adjudication Committee, which we've just referred you to, Mr. Zwane, was ultimately accepted. It was signed off by the HOD. You know that?
No, I don't know that.
All right. Well, let's put it to you. Have you still got
Yeah.
page 295 of FS 14?
295.
You just turn over the page,
What page?
295, FS 14 is the recommendation.
Yes. I'm at 295. Must I go to another page?
Over the page to 297, the decision of the committee is recorded.
I have two 295s here.
Well, that's unfortunate.
What is the heading? Isn't it-
Could you go to page 297? Yes, the 295 was the red 295. We're dealing with black numbers only.
Okay.
FS 14297, you'll see the committee's decision, as best I can read it, is recorded in handwriting there. You see that?
I see that, but I can't read it.
Yes, well, it's cancellation of the tender is recommended due to the expiry thereof. The committee recommends that the following departmental databases be consolidated. And there's some writing that follows, and to include those who tendered. But the point I want to put to you is that that was recommended as the decision by the chairperson, departmental bid adjudication, and approved by the accounting officer on the 30th of July 2010. You see that?
Yes, I see.
Well, we know that matters proceeded along the lines of a database because you say, you told EXCO that the decision, all I'm putting to you, the decision was approved. The recommendation of the bid adjudication committee was approved. Are you happy to accept that?
Yes, I can see it now, Chair.
And at the meeting of EXCO, where the use of the database in the place of an open tender process was approved, not a single person said, hang on, shouldn't we get a legal opinion or legal advice as to whether this is lawful?
That is correct.
The Premier didn't do so. All the other MECs didn't do so. And I assume there would have been a lot of HODs also there. Nobody ever said, hang on.
That is correct.
Yes. Mr. Pretorius?
It was then decided after the collapse and abandonment of the tender process to proceed by way of a database. So much we've established, correct? The justification and legality of that decision we will address in due course, including what the Housing Act says about the MEC's responsibility. But perhaps if that is to hand, I can put it to you. The duties of an MEC in terms of Part 3, provincial government of the Housing Act, not the Housing Code, here in section 7(3) of the Housing Act. Did you know that the Housing Act stipulates what the duties of an MEC are in relation to the provision of housing?
No, Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Proteas, have we got that in one of the bundles, the Housing
Yes,
Act?
it is in one of the bundles. I'm told only the code. We'll print it out and we'll deal with it after the long adjournment.
Okay.
But let me just say that section 7(3)(c) says that an MEC, well, 7(3) says, an MEC must A, administer every national housing program and every provincial housing program which is consistent with national housing policy, and section 3(2)(b), and for this purpose may, in accordance with that program and the prescripts of contained in the code, and that's the housing code, approve, 1, any projects in respect thereof, and 2, the financing thereof out of money paid into the Provincial Housing Development Fund as contemplated in section 12(2). Section 3(b) reads, determine provincial housing development priorities in accordance with national housing policy. Section 3(c) reads, apply procurement policy in respect of housing development determined by the Minister in terms of section 3(2)(c), and D, administer the assets contemplated in section 14. Now we can get the whole act, we can give you a chance to read it during the long adjournment, but did you know that the MEC had particular responsibilities and would be accountable for these items listed in section 7? Did you know that at all?
As I've said, I was told so in terms of the database. I did allude to the fact that I had not had a chance myself to go through the details of this act.
Yes, but one would have understood it as common sense, let alone legal obligation, that an MEC would make himself or herself aware of the duties that the law provides in respect of the matters under his or her control.
That is correct, Chair, and I should indicate that I had familiarized myself with the Constitution of South Africa. I had also familiarized myself with the PFMA. That is why I have been quoting it. It is only when the issue of the database was raised, when I was told by the Housing Act, and you'd recall that at some point later on, the Auditor General recommended that everybody should follow PFMA. So in terms of where I'm sitting, I had gathered sufficient information that will make me be able to lead effectively and do what I was supposed to do.
Yes, well, the proposition I put to you, Mr. Zwane, would apply as a matter of general principle. But in this case, of course, the report to you that one could use a database in order to provide work to contractors for the expenditure of money allocated to housing, 1.4 billion rand, was justified by the Housing Act. Perhaps that was the occasion to check the provisions of the Act and see there what your responsibilities were.
It did not come to mind at that particular time, Chair, except to say at a later stage when this issue was interrogated at the level of the Auditor General. It then dawned that we should follow the PFMA, which I familiarized myself with. And I must say, Chair, that the period I've been in the Department of Human Settlement, the issues we're talking about is less than a year, basically, from the point where I was introduced to this Housing Act and my departure from that department. I'm sure if I had stayed longer, I would endeavor to acclimatize myself with different other acts and codes as they are found.
Yes, well, the functions of the Auditor General aside, one would have thought that the duty on cabinet officials would be for them to determine their responsibilities in terms of the law at the time they took office, let alone at the time 1.4 billion was about to be spent.
Would I be wrong in presuming, Chair, that I was sufficiently covered by the PFMA?
Well,
That was
I
my
don't want to debate the law with you. The PFMA does make the accounting officer responsible for financial matters under that person's control. There's no doubt about that.
Yes.
That accountability can also not be avoided through delegation or instructions, as you've reasonably and fairly pointed out. But that does not mean to say that MECs have no responsibilities and have no accountability, and that's the point I'm raising.
I hear you, Chair.
Let's move on then, subject to coming back to the Act, because I think, in fairness, we must look at the whole Act before calling you to account in terms of that Act. In late October, we understand that the National Department of Human Settlements raised the issue of underspending in terms of the DORA allocation with yourself on the one hand and the provincial department on the other. That I don't understand to be controversial.
On the 14th of October, the minister raised an issue of low expenditure by 3 provinces, Chair. And on the 18th of October, we had a teleconference about this matter. And in that meeting, we were requested to come up with recovery plans as different provinces. That is correct.
Before you go, have you finished your answer?
Yes.
Okay, before you go further, Mr. Pretorius, I just want to go back a little bit. The abandonment of the open tender process, were you told what the reason was why it was being abandoned or why it had collapsed?
If I recall well, Chair, it was because the tender period or the date had expired.
Yes,
That was one of the reasons. I can't just remember
yes,
top of my head other
Yes.
reasons, yes.
yes. Were you told why the management had allowed that period to expire without finishing what needed to be done in terms of that open tender process? Because you were now finding yourselves as a department at a time when you had to think of another way forward, because an open tender process that had been initiated was not being pursued. Did you find out why are we in this situation? Who is responsible for this? Is there somebody who didn't do his or her job and call for an explanation?
If I recall well, Chair, I was told that the amount of tenders that had been forthcoming was huge. So this period lapses when people are trying to sort that out, and I couldn't argue with that further, because if I'd argued with it further, in terms of my own understanding, it would have prejudiced the fair administration of that process.
Did you ask whether the period of the tender could have been extended to give the officials more time to deal with the huge number of bids?
I think at issue for all of us, Chair, as I've indicated earlier on, that one of the concerns I raised was that after they had raised this new method, is that we had waited for this time all along, thinking that it is the only mechanism that will lead us to a proper legal outcome. So the issue of me suggesting the way forward at that level, I would have seen it at that point as interfering within administration. I thought it was correct for me to request them to lead me where to now. That is why I asked them about the way forward. What do we do when this tender has been abandoned because of the reasons you are telling me? And should they have wished to extend, I wouldn't have stood against that wish at that particular point. I would have raised issues, of course, that they should ensure that we don't spend as much time as we have spent before because of service delivery, but I wouldn't have stopped that process going to that direction.
Yes, no. What I have in mind is would not have been interference on your part. It would have been you wanting to hold, for example, the HOD accountable. So what I'm talking about is, didn't you ask the HOD or the officials? Because you saw that there was a huge number of bids that you had to sort out, you must at some stage have realized before the tender period expired that you were not going to make it. Couldn't you have extended the period to allow yourselves enough time so that we don't, because if you could have done that and you had done that, we would not find ourselves where we are now. That's the question I'm asking you, whether you didn't ask that question.
No, I didn't.
The extension being prior to the expiry, not after.
I didn't, Chair.
You didn't ask that question?
No, I didn't.
Okay. But on reflection, you think you should have asked it?
No.
Sitting there?
Having known that that was legal, to get into an ongoing tender that is a time frame and extend that time frame, I would of course ask that question.
You would have asked that question?
Yeah, I would have asked that question, but I didn't know the legalities.
Yes.
As I kept on asking them about legalities.
Yes.
So I was not sure about the legality of that question. That is why it did not even dawn to me to ask what I was not sure about myself.
Okay, all right. Mr. Pretorius, I interrupted you.
Thank you, Chair. You've told the Chair that during October or November 2010, the National Department of Human Settlements raised with your department the issue of the underspending of the DORA application.
That is correct, Chair.
And you've told the chair that you were told by the national minister, I think,
That is correct.
that you should prepare an expenditure recovery plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How did your department go about doing that, and what was your role in this process?
I requested for a meeting with the officials,
Which officials?
HOD, including senior officials, and related this information to them, and requested them to come up with a recovery plan, because we were supposed to submit that recovery plan to the minister.
Do you know in what set of meetings the expenditure recovery plan was devised?
Can you repeat the question, Chair?
Do you know in what set of meetings or what forum this plan was devised? Or let me put it differently. What group of persons devised this plan?
The recovery plan, I did not get into details. I requested the HOD and his team to develop a recovery plan.
All right. So what happens, as I understand it, is the national minister speaks to you, says you haven't spent money in terms of your DORA allocation. If you don't want the money taken away, you had better submit an expenditure recovery plan to me.
Yes.
Was any deadline set? Can you recall?
There was a subsequent meeting where these recovery plans were to be submitted, and that we had to, the meeting was called for the 19th, if I'm correct,
Of November.
of November, for us to talk about this matter and look at the recovery plans.
All right. We'll come to the, that meeting in due course. Did you attend the meeting of the 19th of November?
No, Chair.
What was the reason for that? Well, put it this way, were you an invitee?
Yes,
In the ordinary course, you would have attended.
yes.
All right, so is it your evidence that the expenditure recovery plan was developed by persons within the department and you took no part in the development of that plan? Do I understand it correctly?
Before I answer that question, may I ask for a personal break, Chair?
Sure.
Okay. Should we take lunch already, or should we, how much time do you need?
Just 5 minutes.
Just 5 minutes. Or maybe we should just take 5 minutes. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes. You may proceed, Mr. Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair.
I think you had asked a question that the witness was still to answer. Do you remember
go
the
back
question,
a
Mr. Zwane?
No, Chair.
You can Mr. Pretorius, do you remember the question you had asked?
I'm equally at a loss, Chair. Let's take a step back.
Would you like to repeat it?
No, I think we need to take a step back.
Okay.
What had occurred is that the National Minister had spoken to you in relation to the perceived underspending, step one. Step two, he asked you to devise or to produce an expenditure recovery plan, correct? You then approached your head of department, I presume your officials, you said, to devise this plan. And I asked you who actually devised this plan and what was your involvement in the devising of the plan?
The development of the recovery plan was developed by the HOD and his senior officials.
Did you take any part in the development of that plan?
No, I didn't.
Did you see the outcome?
Yes, I saw the outcome.
If I can just show it to you, please. It exists in various places, but it's attached to the statement of the founding affidavit of Mr. McKessie. You would bear with me a moment, Chair, please. That bundle FS14, if you could go there again, please. I think it's on your right-hand side there, at page 226.
Yes, Chair.
Before we get there, witnesses this week have said that you took part in meetings of the War Room at which this plan was developed. Do you have any comment?
The meeting of the war rooms were the meetings where the officials would deal with the progress, highlight any challenges, and fix it. I would go to that meeting as and when needed by the meeting. But I don't recall myself participating in the recovery plan, except to say I went to a meeting where I had to get an update as to what are we going to do, as we had started late in terms of building houses, even way before this issue, because the war room was not as a result of the recovery plan. It was a structure that was there to ensure that we're supposed to do.
The war room, as I understand what you're saying, was there to monitor the implementation of the advance payment exercise.
No, Chair.
Not?
I'm sorry.
All right.
Oh, you done?
Yes, just explain.
The war room started earlier than this issue of advance payment. If you allow me, Chair, maybe to give some details. The issue of advance payment came as a result of a meeting that was held with contractors. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the meeting was in Velco.
That's the Velcom meeting, yes.
And in that meeting, the department had gone there to request the contractors to commit themselves in ensuring that they work on weekends to try and catch up because of the earlier issue we're talking about. And contractors in that meeting raised an issue of the builder's holiday, that we are fast approaching a builder's holiday. Even if we like, would at some point we'll have to stop because there's no material. That issue was raised there, and not only the issue of advance payment. If I recall, in terms of the information I have, there were different suggestions there. One of the suggestions, of course, was that the department should bring its part, not only want contractors to commit themselves in terms of working on weekends and during the holidays. They should be able to engage the suppliers. The suppliers should supply the material that will be needed during the time when, during the builder's holiday. That means that was to actually take place during December, early January kind of arrangement. Supply the material that is going to be needed. Upon the receipt of the material, the contractor will be given an invoice that will be shown to the department, and the department will verify whether indeed that material has been supplied before attempting to pay. Then the other one was this one of advance payment. So that meeting of Velco did not conclude on that matter, as it was a broad meeting. When we were in Bloemfontein, there was a meeting called where these issues were discussed to see if we can be able to commit and find a solution, a lasting solution. In that meeting, somebody raised an issue that the issue of advance payment has been done by NACHA in one of their projects.
Would you spell that entity, please?
Well, Chair,
Just for the transcripts. It's
no,
NURCHA.
no, let me not commit myself into spelling. Because of time lapse, I might be seen
All right.
not honest.
It's not calling you to account at all, MEC.
Yeah.
It's simply to assist the
No,
transcriber.
I would if I recall the correct spelling.
Is it
No, that's fine.
NERCHA?
I think so. So then I requested, as a conclusion of this meeting in Bloemfontein, I requested two officials to go and develop a document that I called an opinion, The officials I requested was the HOD and Ntate Mmuso Tswametse. I should explain at this moment why I did put Ntate Mmuso Tswametse, because under normal circumstances I would have said HOD. My recollection is that Ntate Tswametse was in the VEL committee, and despite that, his background is also a legal background. That hence I called the document in my affidavit a legal opinion. So I said, go and develop an opinion around this, all the suggestions, and it should be a legally sound opinion so that we can be able to respond to these challenges that are raised by contractors. And that was the conclusion of the meeting. Chair, I don't know if, maybe I should just conclude if you allow. So a document was then developed and submitted to the HOD by Ntate Tswametse, as you would see in the document. And the HOD approved that document. I believe it is that document that I have referred it as a legal opinion, and I've explained why, that gave birth to agreements with the contractors. So that document, to my understanding, is a separate matter to the recovery plan.
Well, my question actually was dealing with the recovery plan.
Yeah,
We'll get to the
yeah.
advance payment exercise.
That is why I'm going backward.
Yes.
I wanted to explain
10
this
minutes
issue.
later, let's stick to the recovery plan.
Thank you very much. My understanding of the recovery plans, as I explained to the HOD at that particular time, it will deal with the milestones. How are we going to recover from the slumber that we're in as a province? Is it practical that we'll be able to recover and ensure that the money is utilized for what it was intended to? The money in the Free State was intended to benefit the poor, the disadvantaged, the homeless people of Free State. So the recovery plan was to ensure that if we can, we should be able to deal with that issue. And it will have milestones and it will have expenditure. And those issues, by and large, are issues that will relate to administration. Once I had explained that matter, I thought I had a sense that the matter is well understood, and it was not a complex matter. It just needed data and people to rearrange themselves in terms of how are they going to commit themselves. Because one of the commitment people had to do was to try and interfere with their plans of that particular builder's holiday, December holiday. So I left it to the officials by and large. I think I'm done.
Yes, you've obviously thought very carefully both about the expenditure recovery plan and the advanced payment system. But let me ask, this VELCOM meeting, when did it take place?
Contractors were already on site. I think it should have been late October, November.
So in October, November, contractors raise certain issues and make certain proposals, and it's arising out of that the advance payment system, according to you, progressed. Correct.
Yes, Chair, correct.
Let's go back to the ERP. When do you recall Minister Sehwali speaking to you about the preparation and submission of an expenditure recovery plan?
There was a meeting of all the embassies together with the minister. And that meeting, to my recollection, was on the 18th of October.
18th of October
Yes,
or 18th of November?
19th of November, there was a meeting
Yes.
where recovery plans
Was presented.
were supposed to be presented. It is the meeting which I did not attend.
Yes. Was there no prior request in terms of a written communication or a verbal communication from the national minister to you or to your office saying you're underspending, please present an expenditure recovery plan
Before the 19th
before the
November,
18th of October meeting?
I can't recall that. Chair.
All right. What happened at the meeting of 18 October? Was this a MINMEC meeting?
I can,
Minister and HODs. Sorry to interrupt.
18th of October. It
Yes.
was a meeting, it was a min-make.
Right.
You are right.
What happened at that meeting?
The minister raised his concern about this matter and requested that we should submit recovery plans as to how are we going to move forward. Otherwise, a particular portion, certain portion of the budget allocated to the provinces will have to be taken.
Was there a meeting in your boardroom during October 2010 where you spoke to your officials about the expenditure recovery plan? In other words, did you follow up that meeting with your own instructions to your officials?
On the recovery plans, we did not have many meetings on the recovery plans. I think we had 2-3 meetings on the suggested opinion, as I call it here, this internal memo, which is part of this document, Chair. Because there were no real issues on the recovery plan, if I recall, unless you refresh me.
That document you refer to as the opinion, you recall that it's the one that is dated 25 November?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
The evidence of other witnesses has been that you participated in the preparation of the plan. You say you didn't participate in the preparation of the plan.
I didn't recall, maybe I should say, I would normally participate where there are issues that I think, looking at the first meeting, will need me to clarify or to observe other things. As I've earlier on said, my bone of contention here is not about my participation on this recovery plan. I could have gone in a meeting once or twice. I can't recall exactly, Chair. What I want to put on record is that there were no big issues in terms of the development of that plan, as far as I can remember.
Now, over what period was this plan being implemented, or being prepared rather, As I understand it, it would have been during the course of October and November 2010. Would that be a fair summary?
The recovery plan would have been prepared after the 18th of October
And into November?
into November, yes. I can't just recall when was it completed.
Would that be a convenient time, Chair?
Yes, we'll take the lunch adjournment and we will resume at 2:05. We adjourn.
of Section 217, which require open tender processes, open procurement processes. You know Section 217, you mentioned it this morning. Correct?
Of the Housing Act.
No, Section 217 of the Constitution.
Yes, yes.
So anything the national minister does in relation to procurement must be consistent with Section 217 of the Constitution. You know that. Well, you do now. Correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius, you were reading from section 3?
Section 3, small c, capital A.
Oh, okay. Thank you. 3, 2, C, capital letter A.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, yes,
Okay.
32CA.
Can you say to Mr. Swan?
Yes, I can see, Chair, would accept to say my not wearing spectacles.
Yeah?
Except to say my not wearing spectacles in this case
Oh,
is actually disadvantaging me between the three of us.
oh,
This thing is too small for me.
oh,
So
oh, you don't mean you normally need reading spectacles, you just think that we
Yeah,
are
no,
advantaged.
you are advantaged. Yes, that's what I'm thinking, but I'll try and phone.
Okay.
Yes.
At some stage, I had asked the officials to have a lamp next to the witness so that the lighting could be improved. But you say you can read, but you read with difficulty.
I can read, Chair. You must pardon me when I'm slow.
Okay, no, that's
Yes,
fine. That's
thank
fine.
you.
Okay.
In relation to procurement, there's nothing in this Act which would permit procurement without a compliance with the Constitution and procurement law. There are no exceptions in this Act.
Well,
Do you accept that?
I guess what Mr. Pretorius is doing, Mr. Zwane, I think you said you had never seen this act before.
That's
so you
correct.
are seeing it for the first time. If you got it only now as I have got it, you haven't obviously had time to go through it. Therefore, you can't say yes or no, but what he's saying is he has gone through it. That's what he's putting to you. And you might be able to say, look, if you say so, I can't dispute it because I haven't looked at it, but I don't know what the act says. Or you might say, no, I know that there are exceptions and I just need more time to look at it.
No, thank you, Chair. If I may, I think the Chair is correct. I did allude that I did not find time to go through this piece of legislation. And I think it will be fruitful for this commission and what I'm going to say, for me to also acclimatize myself with this act. Otherwise, I may say something that I really don't mean.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fine.
No, I think what should happen is after today, maybe arrangements can be made for you to depose to an affidavit to say you have had a look at it, maybe you have even sought legal advice. Your understanding is that yes, there are no exceptions, or yes, there are exceptions, or you make whatever comment. Mr. Pretorius will be able to say, this is what we would like to hear you on.
That
Is
is
that right?
that is correct, Chair.
Okay.
I'm nevertheless going to ask you certain questions, some of a factual nature, to alert you to the issues that we would like you to have regard to when you read the Act. So if you would look, please, at section 3(2)(c) capital A.
You might need to make a note of the issues. Have you got a pen and paper?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
I do,
okay.
Chair.
Okay.
You can just mark the sections 32C capital A, which as we read it, obliges the minister to determine a procurement policy, that's the national minister, but that must be consistent with the provisions of section 217 of the Constitution and not exceptional to the provisions of 217. Right? So if there was any database, and I want to put this to you, and you can look at the Act in relation to this proposition, if there is any use of a database, that database would have to be established by a fair and transparent tender process or procurement process. You can just think about that. Don't have to answer now.
So it's a proposition that when later on you read the Act, you must think about to say what will be your response to that proposition. Okay.
So nothing in this Act permits the appointment of a contractor in execution of a housing project to be done other than through a proper constitutionally compliant procurement process. The proposition derived from that is that if there is to be a database, that database will have to be established by such a fair procurement process. Then part 3, section 7 and following deals with the duties, obligations and powers of provincial government. You could just page on to that, please. And section 7.3 deals specifically with the obligations of an MEC. You see that?
Yes,
And it says an MEC must, doesn't give you any discretion. It says you must, A, administer every national housing program and every provincial housing program which is consistent with national housing policy. And 3.2b, and for this purpose may, in accordance with that program and the prescripts contained in the code, approve any projects in respect thereof, and Roman 2, the financing thereof out of money paid into the Provincial Housing Development Fund as contemplated in section 12.2. In short, that section 7.3a obliges the MEC to administer national housing programs and to approve the financing of national housing programs and provincial housing programs. You see that?
yes, Chair.
Were you aware of that during 2010 and 2011?
As I'm saying, Chair, I had not read this, but I was told in terms of what I alluded this earlier this morning.
Section 7.3c says that an MEC must apply procurement policy in respect of housing development determined by the Minister in terms of section 3.2c. Now, are you aware of any procurement policy determined by the Minister?
Procurement policies.
Yes. That's what you must apply in terms of this Act. The Act that you relied on to say you could just use a database.
May I?
Yes, please.
Seemingly we're getting into what I thought we are not going to get into, Chair.
Oh, no, I think what Mr. Pretorius is doing, he accepts that you haven't read the Act. And he accepts that at that time in 2010, you had not read the Act. But as I understand him, as I understand from him, he's just asking in terms of your knowledge, even without having read the Act, whether you had such an understanding. That's my understanding, based on whatever else other than the Act.
I had alluded earlier on, Chair, that I've not read this
Yes,
piece of legislation.
yes,
And I think from where I'm seated, it goes without saying that as we go deep into sections, this and this, I wouldn't be able to fairly and fruitfully assist
yes.
this
Now,
process.
Mr. Pretorius, I may have misunderstood your question. Were you asking him whether he was aware of a provision in the Act?
Well, that too, but we have a general answer to that. The answer is no, I wasn't aware.
Yeah,
I hadn't read the Act.
yeah.
But this provision refers to a procurement policy of the minister, and I'm asking him if he was aware of any such procurement policy. He might not have been alerted to the
Yeah,
duty to follow it because he hadn't read the Act, but he might have known of it.
okay, I think this question is a little different, Mr. Zwane. Mr. Pretorius is just asking you whether you were aware of such a policy in 2010.
No, Chair.
You were not aware.
If I was aware, I would have insisted that it should be followed.
Okay.
Let's go then to 7.4a. 7.4a says my apologies. 7.4a says the MEC must establish a panel of not more than 6 persons to advise the MEC on any matter relating to housing development. 4b says a panel shall consist of one or more fit and proper persons who have knowledge, qualifications or experience in the field of housing development. During 2010 and 2011, did you establish such a panel? That's a factual question.
The fact is that, as I've said, I did know that I was supposed to establish such a panel, Chair.
So, had you read the Act and had you applied its provisions, you would have had a panel of not more than 6 experts to advise you on any matter relating to housing development, and presumably that includes procurement.
That's correct, Chair.
And then Section 5, you'll recall earlier when taking Mr. McQuenna to task in terms of the provisions of Section 51 of the Public Finance Management Act, you made it very clear that even though an accounting officer may delegate or he may follow and correct orders, he is ultimately the accountable person. Correct?
That is correct.
Those provisions, interestingly, are mirrored in Section 7.5 of this Act, which reads, the MEC may, subject to any conditions he or she may deem appropriate in any instance, delegate any power conferred on him or her by this Act, or B, assign any duty imposed upon him or her by this Act. But then it continues. To an officer or employee in the department responsible for the administration of housing matters in a province, either in his or her personal capacity or by virtue of the rank he or she holds or the post he or she occupies, provided that the delegation or assignment does not prevent the person who made the delegation or assignment from exercising that power or performing that duty himself or herself. So the power to exercise any duty under this Act, whatever it may be, remains with the MEC. You see that?
I see it, Chair. And from where I'm seated, I think, with due respect, this process is not taking shape as I understood you to be advising. What the evidence leader is doing is leading me through this document that I have not familiarized myself. And I must be on record
Yeah,
in saying yes or no,
yeah.
and I don't think that is fair.
Yes, well, Mr. Zwane, with equal respect in return. The reason I'm putting them to you is so that you can focus on them
When
in
you
your
respond,
response.
after reading
I'm
the
just alerting you to certain
So
provisions.
he is not asking you for an answer now. He just wants you to note what areas, what issues he is interested in getting an answer from you on. And that's why I was saying to you earlier on, you might need a pen and paper so that you record the issues that he would like an answer on, but not that he wants an answer now. Later on, when you depose to an affidavit, that can be dealt with. Of course, Mr. Pretorius, another way might be that something in writing could be sent to his attorneys to say these are the areas he must deal with in his affidavit. But this is another way of dealing with it.
Yes. Well, we can do that in addition.
Yes, okay. So I think what will be done, Mr. Zwane, is that after today, Mr. Pretorius will send to your attorneys all the issues that he would like you to deal with in an affidavit after you have read the act. Okay?
I accept, Chair.
Of course, what I do want to ask Mr. Zwane is this, was it after the general election of 2009 that you were appointed as MEC for Human Settlements? Or was it during that term, not at the beginning of that term? In other words, had you been an MEC in this department from immediately after the elections in 2009, or did you come in 2010 or late in 2009?
I came after the elections, Chair.
Yes. So in April 2010, when the open tender public process was initiated, you had been in the department close to a year or thereabout. Because the elections in 2009...
Less than a year.
Yeah, that's more or less, yeah.
Yes.
Less than a year, but
Yes.
just short of a year, maybe 2 months short of a year or so.
We appointed around, June,
Yeah.
July.
Yes. yeah.
Yes.
Excuse me. Now, as at April 2010, do you know whether at that stage, around April 2010, you had heard that there was an act of parliament called the Housing Act? Or do you not remember whether you had heard that such an act existed?
Maybe I should allude to the fact here that as I was appointed, I had an experience of the municipality.
Yes.
And the municipality deals by and largely with MFMA.
Yes.
And when I got to the province, I then familiarized myself with the PFMA, which to me would have been reasonable to say it replaces the MFMA because I'm now in the province. I had said earlier on that when I was informed by the Housing Act is when I had asked about the way forward after the open tender was abandoned.
Yes.
And that was around after April in 2010,
That would maybe it would be June, July, August.
around that time, Chair.
Yes, yes.
No, this can actually be done under the Housing Act. Because I was asking, where does this come from? Because I'm familiar with the PFMA. That's when I learned about
the Housing Act
the Housing Act.
for the first time.
Yeah. Yes, Chair.
You see, it's a matter of concern to me, and I just want to raise with you so that you can comment on it. It is a matter of concern to me that there would be an act, and it's called the Housing Act, that applies in the provinces as well, that the MEC responsible for human settlements doesn't know about for more than a year in office. So it is a matter of concern to me to say, what brings about such a situation? Because an MEC, of course he might not be a lawyer, but an MEC who comes in, same thing with a minister who comes into a certain portfolio, one would expect that they would want to be informed of all legislation that is relevant to their portfolio, and so that they are familiar with them, both for purposes, for their own purposes, but also for purposes of maybe performing oversight over the HOD and so on. Do you have something to say about that concern that I have?
Chair, I hear the concern you say. Normally the process is that when you arrive in a particular department, you are welcomed in that department by the head of the department. And with time, your first induction will be to be given tools that you are going to work around. Tools like your constitution, what affects us in this department, its sections also above the general oversight responsibilities of a politician. It will be PFMA in the main. I remember when I was still at the municipality, I was introduced to something called GRAP. You know, it's a process that is undertaken when you are yourself being welcome in the department. And in that process, you then take heart to what has been given to you, because at that point, you may not know the Housing Code and the Housing Act and other policies that might be there forming part of what you need to know unless you are taken into speed on these issues. And that process did take place, Chair. To me, that lemmatized this and this. And that is
led by the HOD by any chance?
Under normal circumstances, there should be a handover report by the person who was there.
The previous MEC.
The previous MEC. But then the HOD comes in handy to provide the tools of trade in terms of the law. And here we work in terms of this, and this is what happens when we develop these issues. The difficulty, Chair, at that particular time, you may not know as a politician generally, that I have to go through this one and this one and this one. So that's how this happens. And I may also want to say, if you take 2009, 2010, thereabout, would take it hard that your oversight would not mean you delving deep into issues of the legislation, because there are people who will help you from time to time in terms of those legislation to ensure that the department's activities are within and in line with what needs to happen in that department. And that's how the situation was. So I really just want to say to you, I hear your concern, but I also want to paint this picture that was the situation at that particular time.
So would I be right to understand your evidence as saying, although that process that you are talking about did take place when you came to the department in 2009, nobody drew your attention to the existence of the Housing Act during that process?
No, Chair, correct.
Nobody.
Nobody.
And you are sure about that? And you are sure that definitely nobody did that?
As I say, Chair.
Yes. Did the HOD or some of the officials give you maybe a pack or file that had all the existing policies of the department that you might have to know about, including legislation, maybe PFMA they put in, but they didn't put in the Housing Act? Did they do anything like that?
I may not recall in terms of the package, Chair, but in my recollection, I did get that. In my recollection.
You did that yourself?
No, I did get.
Or you did get such a pack? Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. But you obviously understand why I have this concern, because you have to kind of play or perform oversight over the HOD. You understand that?
I understand
Yes.
that concern,
Yes.
Chair.
Okay.
And I was just saying,
This is how it happened.
this is how it happened.
No, I understand. Mr. Pretorius?
Mr. Zwane, the chair has been very polite in this regard. But as MEC, you were tasked with the expenditure on low-cost housing for poor people, as you've emphasized, of an amount of 1.4 billion rand. It's a massive responsibility, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
It must have been known to you that that expenditure should take place efficiently and effectively on the one hand, and lawfully on the other, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
We know now that that was not done. We may argue that, but that's certainly the evidence that we've heard thus far. Surely it is not too much to ask of an MEC who comes into office that that MEC takes the responsibility on himself or herself and doesn't leave it to anybody else to make sure that there is an awareness of all the laws that apply in this process to spend 1.4 billion rand.
Well, as I explained earlier, Chair, that under the PFMA, as I explained it, there are functions that were given to me, and this was not one of the functions given to me. This was the function given to the accounting officer. And as we speak, PFMA, if I'm correct, is a piece of legislation that was developed in 1999, 1998, thereabout. It was also a piece of legislation that was used. Now, my impression and my understanding is that this does not suggest that at this particular time, we are putting aside what the PFMA is saying and only concentrating on what the Housing Act is saying. I have alluded to this commission earlier on, that I based my understanding on the PFMA. And I've explained just now that due to my background of the municipality from the MFMA, graduating from the MFMA, I had to acquaint myself with the PFMA, and I've explained this issue. I also take note of the fact that I did not climatize myself with this Housing Act. As I've explained, that it came to my attention when all what I did, and I thought to the best of my ability, is to ensure that PFMA was followed to the latter. And Chair, if that was not sufficient, then I need to hear that from this commission.
Well,
All what I'm saying is I did my best under the understanding of what PFMA says we must be able to do as politicians. Thank you.
yes, well, if the PFMA deals with procurement at all, it says that procurement must follow the law.
That is correct.
You were an MEC appointed to deal with housing.
That is correct.
There was at the time a Housing Act.
That is correct.
You didn't read the act. Correct.
I did not read the Housing Act.
Had you read the act, you would have been alerted to your duties under the act. Number one, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius. Before coming to reading the act, you did not know that the Housing Act existed.
That is correct.
Yes.
You see, one issue that we debated for some time, Chair, and I've not raised this issue. What would have superseded one another in terms of PFMA and the Housing Act when we are dealing with human settlement and no more housing, houses? Because at some point there was a workshop that was giving a clear explanation of the difference between a house and a human settlement. The department has changed, it's a new department, it's here, the MEC comes, follows PFMA. At a later stage, he's been told that there's this act that is called Housing Act. In the middle of the year, when things are already happening, reasonably, I thought it was reasonable enough for anybody who will follow what I did at that particular time to say I was an MEC that followed the prescripts of the law as much as I could understand them. And it's given that I could not read this law because at that particular time I did not know about it. If I'd read the law and found some explanations in terms of what the exercise we are doing today, maybe I would have come to a different conclusion. But at that particular time, I thought I was doing my job diligently.
All I want to do is establish the facts, not for me to judge. It's for the chair to judge. But let's just go back to the facts. When you were appointed MEC and well into your term of office for about a year, you did not know that there was a Housing Act.
That's
Not
correct.
sure that that improves the position, but we'll make submissions in that regard. Had you been aware of the Act and had you made yourself aware of the Act and read it, you would have been aware of the duties resting upon an MEC in terms of housing. Correct.
That is correct.
You would also have had the benefit of a committee of experts to assist and advise you. Correct.
I would have been clearer in terms of who is here doing what, appointed by whom. Because the reason I said maybe it is correct for me to get enough time dealing with this thing, it's because there were people who were dealing with legal matters. I did not know how they were appointed, but they were there as officials. It might happen that I did not appoint them myself, but people were there. Now, I was trying to run away from a situation where I will answer based on what I know when this act is actually revealing other facts, which I must go back and acclimatize myself with and give a proper answer. I submit. Chair.
Yeah.
I would have thought the question was capable of a straightforward answer. The Act obliges the MEC to appoint a committee of experts. Correct.
This one,
You
yes.
didn't do so. Had you read the Act, presumably you would have done so. Correct.
Yes.
Let's deal with the ERP then, if we may. It appears that bundle 14...
I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius, because I think you are moving away from the act.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Maybe it might be difficult to find the right adjective, but it's rather shocking to me, Mr. Zwane, that the Free State Province has a situation where the MEC for housing doesn't know for over a year in that office that there is a housing act in the country that applies to his portfolio. As to who should be blamed for that, that might be another question, but on its own, it's something that's a little shocking to me. And one would have thought that, to say the least, the HOD would know about that and would have made sure that the MEC knew and the legal people within the department would have made sure. But probably the MEC also should have known about that, but maybe that might be a matter for debate. So there is that part, but this is another part for me. Going back to when you were told for the first time about the Housing Act, now this is when the open tender process had been abandoned, and you were asking the officials what is the way forward. And they said we can use a database, and they said that's permissible under the Housing Act. Now, I would have thought that with your knowledge of the PFMA, which you have testified to, your reaction would be, now, under the PFMA, in terms of as the legislation that I know to be applicable, I don't remember that this would be permissible. If you people now tell me that there's another act that allows this, it means you are telling me something very important that I didn't know about. And I would like to see the act. I would like to see those provisions, because I've always understood that the PFMA doesn't allow for this kind of thing. But you are telling me, forget about the PFMA, there's another act that allows this. I would have thought that you would say, precisely because you didn't know about this act, they are telling you something new. You would want to see the act and see those provisions to add to your knowledge for going forward, to say, now I know exactly how, that there's another act that I knew nothing about. I'm surprised that I'm hearing about it more than 12 months after I became MEC. I'm being told about it for the first time. Before I go further, I want to see that what the officials are telling me is true, because they never told me all these months about this act. And now they're telling me about a new act that applies here. I want to see that. Actually, I want to know from them, how come you have never told me about this act? That's the kind of reaction that I would have expected. What do you say to that?
Chair, I hear what the chair say. I had always kept that in mind, because we normally plan for every year for this kind of activity, appointment of the service providers. What I did and at that particular time, which I thought was sufficient and was not questioned either at any level, was to submit this idea to the collective of the executive. That there is this situation, that the tender has been abandoned, and the proposal is that we are following a database that will consider the different processes. The ESCO agreed to this. So when I went back to implement, it was no longer a decision of one person who's an MEC, in this case me. It was a decision that has been endorsed by the collective that will also include the HODs of the province. It didn't dawn to me at that particular time that there could be something untoward this procedure that has actually been adopted by the whole executive, including these people who think they are there to advise us. So that's my response to the concern the chair is raising.
And of course, I think I may mention this before. It's also strange to me that at this ESCO meeting, the Premier, about 8 other MECs, I think they are normally 10 MECs. Yeah, 10
We are 10
MECs.
all in all, yes.
About 9 MECs and maybe about 10 HODs and the DG of the province. In this meeting, not a single person says, will this be lawful? You know? But I've put that to you. I'm just repeating that I've got that concern. But you will go through the act.
I will check.
When you go through the act, you must also remember that when I look at the sections that Mr. Paul Pretorius has referred to, something says to me, if only you, the MEC, had said, please give me that act you are talking about, and you went through it, you would have picked up that it doesn't seem to say what the officials said to you it says. But you haven't read it. When you read it, just bear in mind that concern. Okay, Mr. Pretorius.
Of course, Mr. Zwane, if it was the whole of the provincial cabinet, including all the MECs under the guise of EXCO, that should be held accountable for what happened, that's not a comforting thought. So I understand that what you're saying is that these decisions, including the database decision, were approved by the whole cabinet, all the MECs. No one spoke out against it. And that somehow makes the situation more understandable. I'm afraid it makes it far worse.
Are you expecting my comment, Chair?
He's asking for your comment, yeah. If you have got any, you might not have any.
Well, I do not have a comment at this stage, Chair. Thanks.
Right. Okay.
May I now move on to the
Yes.
ELP, Chair?
Yes, Mr. Pretorius.
Mr. Zwane, would you look at FS 14, please, at page 226? I think it's there in front of you, on your right-hand side.
What page? Is it the...
FS 14, page 226.
Okay.
Yes, Chair. I'm on it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, Chair, I do.
You do, okay. Before going to the detail of that document, I want to refer to a passage in your own affidavit, and I'm going to ask you please to go to bundle FS12 at page 493.
Is that FS12?
FS12, Chair, yes.
And what page?
493.
And 14, I must keep open or I must close, Mr. Pretorius? Bundle FS14.
Well, we're going back there, Chair.
We'll
so
be going back there. Okay, what page on,
but after a few minutes.
what page on FS12?
493, Chair.
Okay. Yes.
Paragraph 93 of your affidavit, if I may just read it to you and then ask a question or two. You say, I confirm that during December, January 2010, I presume you mean December 2010, January 2011, when I was overseeing the construction of these houses, I saw positive steps taken by the contractors in order to comply with the department instructions, and I can confirm that even though I do not have the exact figures, I had opened plus minus 50 completed houses, and there were many structures which were on foundation stages, wall level milestone, and roof level milestone, which would have been completed had they been further 2 to 3 months. I presume that should read, had there been further 2 to 3 months. Do you recall that putting that evidence before the chair in that affidavit?
That is correct, Chair.
So it seems to me that during the period December 2010, January 2011, you opened approximately 50 completed houses.
Approximately, yes. That's correct, Chair.
And you say there were many structures at foundation stage, wall level milestone and roof level milestone, which would have been completed in a further 2 to 3 months.
That is correct, Chair.
Well, the further 2 to 3 months, is that further 2 to 3 months after the end of the financial year, or further 2 to 3 months after January 2011? I think that December, January 2010 is meant to be December 2010, January 2011, is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
Yes, so when you say further 2 or 3 months, is that after the financial year, or is that after January?
The process was actually stopped, Chair, around mid-January.
About mid-January.
Yes.
Also, when you say had there been 2 to 3 further months, you mean from mid-January?
If we had gone full
If it had
steam,
been allowed to go on
yes,
for another 2 to 3 months
Yes.
after mid-January?
yes, would
Okay,
have, I think would have recovered a lot of ground.
okay.
50 houses at 76,000 rand a house, give my maths, is approximately 3.6 million rand.
Well, Chair, if I may, in my own affidavit, just to take this point further, I may just check there is a statement that was made to this effect, which I want to believe will assist
Yes, you can
this commission.
you can take us to that statement if you are able to.
If you give me a moment, I should be.
If you tell Mr. Pretorius what the statement says, he might be able to find it quicker.
It's a media
That's the
statement.
HOD's letter to National.
No, it's a media statement.
You say it's a media statement that you are looking for.
Yes.
Is that the one that was in response to the national minister's media statement? Or is that another one?
I think so, Chair.
There was a time when the national minister issued a media statement about taking away some 260-something million
Yes,
from the
that-
province. In response to that, the department issued its own media statement. That's the one you are talking about.
That's the one I'm talking about, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Pretorius, I think in whatever bundle it is in, it is somewhere towards the end of the bundle. That's that media statement. It might be in the bundle that has got Mr. Makachwa's affidavit.
It's 596, page 596.
Is that of FS12? The file
Yes,
that you
Chair.
have been using?
Yes.
526.
596, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Well, at least I think I was right about the one thing. I said when whatever bundle it is in, it is towards the end of the bundle. Yes, I've got it. Have you got Mr. Pretorius? Mr. Pretorius, have you got it?
I have it, Chair.
Okay. What's the point you wanted to make, Mr. Pretorius?
I just want to make a point, Chair, that this statement was written by the department, not by me. This statement alludes to the fact that I have in my own affidavit that a number of houses were concluded. In fact, it goes on to even give the number of houses that were concluded, which are even more. Because you'll remember in my statement, I had said I cannot remember properly what has happened. But if you go through this statement, it will tell you that during the Free State Department of Human Settlement engaged the Minister of National Department in this regard with family belief. I'm sure you see that paragraph. During this financial year,
Are you on page 596 or 597?
it will be 597, Chair.
Oh, yes, yeah.
That's the following page.
The paragraphs are not numbered, but you can tell us which one from the top that you are reading from. Well, the way it says during this financial year, that's the third paragraph
Yes,
from
that's the third paragraph.
the
Yes,
yes,
Chair.
okay?
Yes. During the financial year, the department has set a national trend by building between 50 and 60 square meters houses. A total of 10 different designs of the RDP houses have been developed with the assistance of Cuban engineers. As part of the bold initiative of Operation Hlasela, the province service delivery strategy at our new RDP houses are equipped with the details is there, Chair. The following paragraph reads, our groundbreaking housing projects in Marabastad, Kroonstad is a case in point. Similar, bigger and better RDP houses have also been built. And it went,
Tiatalwa. Diatalawa.
It went on to Diatalawa, Makrekung, Batu, Lekoshen. Those are different areas
Yeah.
where these houses were built in that financial year. Then the following paragraph, it says, on Christmas Day, Human Settlement MEC Msebenzi Zwane handed over 100 houses in Marquardt, in the Eastern Free State, in the nearby town of Fixbeck. Another 100 houses were handed over to beneficiaries in Christmas Eve. All what I'm trying to say, Chair, this piece of information will collaborate what I'm saying, and from the department independently. I've not verified the numbers. The point I'm making here is that indeed houses were built, and we opened houses during Christmas. During those holidays, we opened houses. That's the point I was trying to make.
I think for the sake of completeness, one should go to the next paragraph. It says on New Year's Day, MEC Zwane handed an additional 250 houses in Friede. A total of 600 houses were handed over to beneficiaries in various towns during December alone. In Buchabelo, 6 houses were handed over to elderly beneficiaries, as these have been prioritized on our beneficiary lists. In Bloemfontein, 20 elderly beneficiaries also received houses on Christmas Day. It would appear that in terms of what this media statement of the department is saying, and you have made the point that you did not write the statement yourself, it seems that according to this media statement, whereas you were saying that, or understood your affidavit to say you, during December, you handed over about, is it 250 houses or 50 houses, I can't remember.
50.
50, it looks like the department is giving much bigger figures in terms of how many houses you handed over, which had been completed during December up to New Year's Eve. It talks certainly, it looks like maybe more than 400, 300, I'm not sure. Is that your understanding as well? That they are giving much higher figures than yourself?
In my affidavit, Chair, before I arrive at the figures, I said I confirm that even though I do not have the exact figures, this is the rough estimation I'm giving.
Yes.
Now, I am saying in a statement that was not from me, which I do not have any reason not to believe, houses were built during that time and at a much higher rate than what I said in this statement. That's the point I was illustrating.
Okay. Does it mean
So
that,
your affidavit,
I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius, does it mean that as you sit there, you have no recollection yourself of how many houses were completed and you handed over during December and January? In other words, to what extent the figures given by the department in this media statement are close to the truth? Is that something you don't know?
I'm not too sure about that, Chair. I don't have a proper recollection of the exact amount of houses that were built during that time. All what I was illustrating is a point that the correctness of the affidavit that the houses were built during that time.
Okay.
I'm afraid, again, however polite the exchange is, Mr. Zwane, your affidavit is clear. You go to paragraph 93. You say, I had opened plus minus 50 completed houses, and you refer to the period December to January 2010. Now, can we place any reliance on that statement at all?
If you read the statement in full, if you read that paragraph in full, Chair, I did allude to the fact that I had alluded to the fact that I'm not too sure. I'm saying here, I can confirm that even though I do not have the exact figure, this is what I'm saying. I had opened plus minus. That is an estimation.
Yes, but Mr. Zwane, please,
Okay.
let's just look at what you say.
Yes.
You don't have the exact figures. I had opened plus minus 50 completed houses.
Yes.
Can we apply any reliance to that statement at all?
I think
Must we disregard it?
what should be noted is that I was not too sure in terms of the number of houses.
Well, your estimate, Mr. Zwane, would be quite horrible if, in fact, you had opened 400 houses, but you said you thought you had opened plus minus 50. Would you not agree?
Well, can I just add to that, Chair? I've just done some arithmetic. This letter of the department talks about 1,250 houses being opened in that period. So there is just no possibility of, I'm not too sure, plus minus 50 being reconciled on any version with 1,250 in this letter. One of them is wrong. It's not a mistake, it's not a bad estimate, it's simply grossly incorrect. What do you say to that?
You see, Mr. Zwane, on the evidence that has been placed before me,
Yes, Chair.
you were very concerned, or you were very keen that the department builds as many houses as possible. So concerned were you, or so keen were you, that you even decided not to take a break during the December, January, Christmas period, because you wanted to be there to make sure that houses were built. And of course, this came against the threat, I think, of the national minister or department that money would be taken away from the department if it did not indicate a clear plan that it would be able to spend to improve its expenditure considerably. Now you decide, I'm not going on holiday, I want to see these houses being built. So I don't expect that somebody who is so keen to make sure that houses are built is not going to know how many houses had been completed by the time he was stopped in mid-January from continuing with this very important job. I expect that you would know to say, we had completed so many houses. This is the number of houses that had not been completed, blah, 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 blah. But now, if you have the MEC saying by mid-January we had completed, I think, plus minus 50, and you have the department talking about, Mr. Pretorius talked about 1,000, but at least, I think, not less than 400. Those are two vastly different figures. How is it possible that you would not be able to say, no, but the department has got it wrong. There is no way we have completed so many. Or I realized, I think I was completely wrong. I mean, we are X number of years later. At some stage or another, you would have wanted to know what the truth is. You know, we were stopped from building houses in mid-January. We were on track. This is the number of houses we had completed.
Chair, the question that was put to me when I made my statement was not in terms of the number of houses which were built. I of course agree that there is a vast difference in terms of the number. I agree. The statement was not about that. The statement was that, was there any progress made during the time which you took off and tried to speed up the delivery on the ground? I thought I was being fair to say in my statement, houses were built. I'm not sure because I had not gone back to records. The statement is done now, and this thing was in 2010, 2011. But I put to the commission that there were houses which I opened. Meaning that my statement, as I understand it, does not even include the total number of houses that were there. I opened this number of plus minus this number of houses during December because I was working. I went and gave the keys to allow people to come in. I did not go to the number that they are saying. If you are going to ask me the next question that did I verify the number, I would be honest with you to say no, I did not verify that number. All what I was illustrating is that during my oversight, I did open houses, and to my best recollection, plus minus, I went to this number of houses. My understanding of that statement, Chair, is not to say these were the total number of houses that were completed during that process. These are the numbers I went on my oversight and interacted with people. The houses that I've seen, and I was happy, and people were there were happy. I thought I was trying to illustrate that point, and if that point comes across with all humility negatively, my intention was to illustrate the commitment that we undertook and my work as a person at that particular time. I did not think that the question was saying what was the total amount of all the houses.
Yes, but I would like to know that now. Do you know how many houses had been completed by the time you were stopped from building houses in mid-January?
No, Chair, I don't have that statistics with me.
Did you ask for that information at the time? You've forgotten it now, or you didn't ask for it even at that time from the officials?
I had asked the information, Chair, even as late as of this week. What I got when I called, because I knew, I anticipated that this question would come, that the file that would have correct statistics, they do not see it.
They said they couldn't find the file.
They couldn't find the file. I did ask for that file because I wanted, when I saw this media statement, I read my affidavit. I thought I should get the correct figures from the department. And I did send an email trying to reconcile this so that I give a proper answer.
Okay.
Well, if one goes back to paragraph 93, Mr. Zwane, where you mentioned 50 completed houses plus minus, as I understand the intention of that statement, was to show how much had been achieved by the department under your watch during December, January 2010. We know December 2010, January 2011. That was the purpose, it's clear from the statement here. You were trying to say and place on record what the department had achieved during that period. And you say, if I may take the point a bit further, I had opened plus minus 50 completed houses, and there were many structures which were on foundation stages, wall level milestone and roof level milestone, which would have been completed had there been a further 2 to 3 months. That, on the face of it, is a clear intention to give the best picture of the state of progress during December, January 2010. You don't say here there might have been another 3,000 houses close to completion, or completed, in fact, handed over.
No, I couldn't say that, Chair, because I did not have that information with me.
So when was this affidavit signed? Let's just check that. It was signed in 2019, was it? When was it signed? 15 September 2019. That's when you made the statement.
Yes, Chair.
I want to suggest to you that your statement may be the correct reflection of events, because I also want to suggest to you that the press release issued by the department is grossly exaggerated, that by the admission of the HOD and Mr. Makachwa. What do you say to that?
I have alluded, Chair, earlier on that this was not written by me. So I am currently not in a position to have an objective judgment of this statement.
Well, let's say at least that if the facts in paragraph 93 are anywhere near the correct position, that media statement would have been a gross exaggeration. Would you at least admit that?
The only small challenge I had with the media statement, Chair, if I may allude to it, is the timing of it. Because it's a reactionary kind of document, which may, in some instances, lack objectivity. But in terms of the precision of the statement, I can't vouch to it. That is why upfront I had said the point I was trying to illustrate here when I refer you to this statement was not about numbers. It was about the fact that houses were built during that time. I alluded to that statement earlier on, Chair.
Yes. Lacking objectivity is perhaps the politest description of the projections of the department in relation to what would have been achieved by year end. But let's look at what the media statement actually says on page 596. It's dated the 26th of January 2019, and it says in paragraph 1, by the way, before we go there to what it says, did you approve the statement before it was issued?
I normally do not approve a statement that is not from my office. The HOD does, in terms of the PFMA. These are the people that are administered by him.
All right. Let's look at paragraph 1. Paragraph 1 says, in a public media statement in response to a decision taken by the National Department, the Free State Department of Human Settlements will not underspend funds allocated for human settlements development in the current financial year. By the end of the financial year in March, the department would have spent 100% of all conditional grant funding allocated for human settlements development. That is an amount of approximately 1.4 billion rand. Now, in another form, that statement was put to the HOD, Mr. Mokoena, at the time, and as well as to Mr. Matlatwa, who was on the ground in the construction of houses. You know that, correct?
That is correct.
They have conceded that, to put it at its mildest, was a gross exaggeration and could never have been achieved.
Well, I guess opportunity arising would have been, why would they have kept quiet when this statement was issued? Because the executive management would not allow any media statement that is in the direct opposite of what is happening in the department just
Well,
to be issued.
Firstly, it's in direct opposite of what you said in your statement, but secondly, they gave the reason to the chair. They said it was to avoid forfeiting money to the fiscus. That was the purpose of that representation.
Well, let me say, Chair, that was never brought to my attention. Why our main aim as politicians, me, seated here, my main concern was not money. I want to put it to this commission. My main concern was the people who were promised houses and money was there for them to own at least and have a shelter. And those people were going to lose. And in so saying, I thought that the officials would do their best to achieve what we could achieve. And where we can't achieve, come back and say to me, this is how far we have gone, and we couldn't achieve to build the total number of houses we're supposed to build because of time frames and so forth. I would have accepted that. So if they say a statement was issued to try and deal with those issues, having an opportunity, I don't see how the statement would have helped. Because the reality of the matter is that the national department and the minister will be guided by milestones, what has been happening practically, and that will be taken not out of the statement, it will be taken out of BAS, which was the system, financial system, which was used at that particular time. And a determination will be made. And so issuing such a statement and come and say the statement was meant to try and mitigate from where I'm seated, Chair, would be mild. If we wanted to try and achieve, the only way of doing that was to go to the ground, do the best that we can, and achieve what we can achieve. If we fail, allow the money to go back. Because we couldn't keep money if we couldn't perform. That was as simple as that.
But throughout this morning and this afternoon's evidence, you have deferred to your officials in regard to the facts. In fact, in the last half an hour, you have made it clear that you did not have all the facts. That's why you say you could make a statement as you made regarding the 50 houses. And it was the people on the ground that knew the facts. They have come to this commission this week, and they've said these projections that they would spend 100% by the end of the year were grossly exaggerated. And they've said there was no chance that these figures would have been met. And they said the reason for the misrepresentation was to ensure the money wasn't lost. They've told the chair that. They're the ones that you say would know the facts. You say you didn't know the facts. Why would they be lying to the commission? What purpose would it serve for them to do so?
I am saying, Chair, if I may, that I have alluded that I was not part of this statement. I'm saying from where I'm seated, if I were them, rather than issuing a statement that is incorrect, that will stay as a record, that we need to talk about here, I would rather prefer a route that will go down and do the actual job. And when the time comes, we surrender what we need to surrender, if we need to surrender, because in terms of the recovery plan, if I recall well, the recovery plan was also in line with this statement, that now we'll be able to achieve what we need to achieve. So I can see now that the statement lacks objectivity. I've said that. And however, I don't accept their reasons that that was the right way to actually do things. I don't accept that reason. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, if you look at the statement, the third last paragraph reads, the department is on track to build a total of 10,500 RDP houses. You see that?
And
Yes,
that must have meant it was on track to build that number of houses by end of the financial year.
that is correct, Chair.
Well, let's look at FS 14, page 225, please.
Is that the recovery plan?
That's FS 14, page
225.
223. That's the page that I want to refer Mr. Zwane to, is on page 225. You recognize that document? Did you sign that document?
Yes, Chair.
What is this document?
2010, 2011 housing allocations.
Right. So it was the intention, I understand it, to build the houses in this allocation list during the financial year, correct?
Correct, Chair.
The total of the allocations appears on page 225, and it reflects a figure of 20,950. You see that?
It's not easy to see that figure. I thought that the
It's not
total
easy
was
to see it.
1,350 because it's shaded.
Yes.
But it is 209, either 50 or 60.
Yeah. Our reading is 20950, but I'm happy to settle for 20960.
Yeah. Are you able to read that figure, Mr. Zwane?
With all the difficulties that is presented to me, Chair.
Okay, yes, but it's certainly 20,900 and either 50 or 60.
Yeah.
So when and that was the projected allocation for the financial year, you've said that.
That's correct, Chair.
So when the press statement says they're on track to build 10,500 houses, that's give or take a few hundred houses, half of the intended allocation. Correct.
That's correct.
Anyway, dealt with the media statement, Mr. Swane, at your instance. If I could take you back, please, to the expenditure recovery plan.
Before that, Mr. Pretorius, Mr. Zwane, you said this media statement was prepared by the department and not you. I take it that it would have been approved by the head of department, to say the least. That's right.
That's correct, Chair.
Did you see it before it was published, sent out into the media?
No, I did not, Chair.
The head of department didn't let you see it before it went out to the media.
No, I don't recall being invited to see this before
Yes.
it goes to the media.
You don't recall having seen it before it went out into the media, or you do recall that it was not given to you before it went out?
It was not given to me, Chair.
It was not given
No,
to
it
you.
was not.
But I guess you would have become aware of it once it had been published in the media.
Yes, Chair. I
You
would
would
have.
have been, yes. Now, apart from reading whatever the media wrote after receiving it, I take it that you would have been favored, or you would have asked for the actual full copy of the statement. In other words, you would not have been content to just read what the newspapers say the statement said. You would have said, I want to see the actual statement, or the officials would have given that to you on their own, the actual statement.
Well, Chair, that is not normal. In the course of us doing work, what we normally do, which may be in hindsight not complete. If a statement has been given and you have not seen it, and it's grossly incorrect, you call the HOD and raise your issue, your dissatisfaction, and find a way forward in terms of what do you do next. On the hindsight, Chair, because we discussing this matter, this statement was actually given despite the fact that the department had issued a letter in 2011, January, on the 12th. I think the letter is attached here also. Should we wish to go to the letter?
Yes, we can look at it if you think there's something important.
There is something important, but let me raise it.
Yeah,
We'll go to the letter
later.
if you want us to do that. The DG had written to the HOD indicating,
The Director General of the National Department
yes,
had written to the HOD of your department.
yes,
Yes.
indicating that on the 12th,
Of January 2011.
yes, a decision has been arrived at to stop the allocation of February and March, right? Now, if you look at that, when you reconcile with the reasoning that was given earlier on by the leader of evidence, that when the HOD was here, the intention was to try and secure the funds. A letter, he was already with a letter from the Director General, written on the 12th of January, that we are not going to allocate you for the month of February and March. I just want to bring that to the attention that there was a lot happening at that level, which I happen to know about at a later stage. And which I'm struggling to reconcile the way I'm seated. I thought I should bring that also to the fore, so that as the commission sees, the commission should also consider what I'm saying.
No, no, definitely it will. And I know the letter you are talking about.
Yeah.
I've read it. But my question was whether after the media statement of the department had been issued to the media, either you asked for a copy of the full statement to be brought to you, or whether the department on its own, without you even asking, furnished you with this statement, full statement.
I recall when what I requested was to be taken through the progress.
Yeah,
Because to me, what was important was, are we achieving what we need to achieve? And I was taken through.
please raise your voice. It has gone down now. I think it's been a long day.
And naturally, Chair, I have a soft voice.
Yes, okay.
On hindsight, I should have taken an advice that I should come back on another day. I concede.
Yeah.
To hear you and not that again.
I requested that they should take me through the progress, Chair.
That is now the HOD and senior officials.
Yes. Because to me, at that particular time, not knowing the intention, I thought, wow, it means we have over actually performed what was there. And I should indicate that the HOD was not here during that December, despite the fact that we had indicated the seriousness of this issue, that people will lose what they were going to benefit. I gave in to his request. He had prior arrangements. So I thought he was briefed properly when he comes back. But then I was given figures. And
I'm not preventing you from telling me what happened, but I just remind you of my question. Namely, whether after this media statement had been issued to the media, in one way or another, you did have sight of the full statement, whether because you requested it or whether the officials of their own gave you a copy of the full statement.
if I recall, it was 100% or thereabout put in the media. The media did not select as the media will normally do.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes,
So you saw the full statement
I saw
in the
it from the
newspapers?
media, yes.
Yes, okay. And the statement is dated 20 January 2010. Oh, I'm sorry. They must have meant 2011.
Yeah, this
not
is
have been
2011.
2010.
Chair. No, the second paragraph corrects.
Yes, no, what I'm thinking, I see at the top there, it says 20, on page 596, says 20 January 2010. So I'm saying it must be because sometimes when it's January, people keep on using the previous year when they make dates. This could only have been January 2011. Is that right?
Paragraph number 2 corrects that mistake, Chair. I saw that mistake, but it is corrected in
Yes.
paragraph 2. It says,
Okay.
as of the date 20 January 2011.
Yeah, okay, all right. So you saw these figures and you say, as a result of having read this media statement that came from the department, you ask officials to take you through the process. And you wanted to be given a full update given the media statement that had been issued. Is that right?
Yes, yes, Chair.
Yes, okay. The one part which I have some, or one of the parts I have some difficulty with which I want you to get a chance to deal with is that it seems you, when the process was stopped in mid-January, or soon thereafter, you did not know how many houses had been completed. Now, that's a little strange to me because I think in your affidavit you say that you reported back to EXCO after the holidays, and I would have thought that you would have made sure you knew how many houses had been completed so that you would report accurately. Do you want to say anything on that?
I get the point that the Chair is raising.
Yes, yes.
In terms of my understanding, Chair, when I went to ESCO, it was not at the time when this project had stopped. It was at the time when I was going to report the work that was done, the progress made during holidays. When I had a chance, I then went to report that. I understand the question raised by the Chair to be saying, at the time when the project was stopped, did you have the figures? I'm saying no. And that is the different time from the time when I went to ESCO to report.
Did you report to ESCO before mid-January or after?
I had raised the point, Chair, that the letter by Mr. Tabani Zulu, a DG, former DG at that particular time, I was not privy to the letter. So when I reported, I did not know that a letter has already been issued. If
That is the letter of the 12th of January.
yeah,
Yes.
it did not get to my attention. So when I reported to ESCO, I was under the understanding that we're still continuing and we may reach the target.
But was it before mid-January when you reported to ESCO?
I
Or
think so.
after?
No, I think so, Chair.
Yes, okay.
Because normally we will open the first week late or early second week.
Of January,
Yes.
yes.
And then we begin to, during that week, we'll meet as ESCO,
Yes,
welcome each other and map a way forward. And that's when we'll be able to can present.
yes.
Yes.
Now, your report to ESCO about progress made, would it have been in writing or would it have been a verbal report?
It would have been in writing. You normally write a memo,
Yes,
Chair, or if the ESCO was hastily called, as normally that is the case in January, and you are asked to report, you then can have a report with you and report to ESCO, they'll accept. Yes.
okay. When the officials took you through the process at your request after they had issued this media statement, the figures that were in the media statement, were they vastly different from your understanding of the progress that had been made, or were they not?
Well, Chair, as a person who was on the ground myself, although I've alluded earlier on that did not touch base with all the corners of the province, because building was happening in all the corners of the. I should allude to the fact that these figures were much higher than what I would have presented
Yes,
as a person. Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Obviously, that would have been of concern to you, namely that the figures that the department had told the public were vastly different from your understanding of the progress that had been made.
That is correct.
And did you raise this with the officials, including the HOD, to say your figures are vastly different from my understanding of the progress that we have made? And I am the one who was here during the holidays. How come? Show me that your figures are correct and mine are not correct, because we can't mislead the public. Did you say that?
We actually had a meeting because my approach was not what the chair is relating. Now,
Is mine confrontational?
well, Chair, the understanding is if sometimes you do that, you the best way of doing it is to want to get evidence. So I took that route. That okay, I may have not gone to all these corners, and I may not have a clear picture, but I was on the ground. Let's bring the figures and try and reconcile. It is during that meeting where sharp discussions took place. I think it was around the end or early February of these issues. Now, I remember when I was supposed to draw up a program to go and see what is on the ground, myself, and subsequently I was then reshuffled from that department, I think around the 8th, 9th of February. Otherwise, there was a program that will go together and verify these numbers, because I believed that as much as I was interrogating the report, what was going to be of importance is to try and see what is on the ground. And I think that roster was done. It was going to be the roster that will take me through to March. Because in March, had I stayed, I would be making a new policy statement. And that policy statement was going to be informed. But what I have seen on the ground, despite those houses that I had opened myself, and unfortunately, I could not proceed. Chair, as I've said, I had to go to another department.
Well, it's rather strange to me that in regard to a matter where the national minister had spoken to you, in regard to a matter about which the national minister had spoken to you, namely the expenditure or performance of the department in spending the conditional allocation, the department should issue a statement such as this, giving vastly different figures from what you understood to be the position, and they don't check with you, or they don't say before we issue it, this is what we are going to be saying to the public. And indeed, actually, when you look at the statement, more than public, it seems to have been a response to the national minister's statement to say, you say you are going to take away money from us. We are saying, well, we are not going to release any money, or we are not going to allow that because we are doing very well. But you say they issued that without telling you what they were going to tell the public beforehand.
if I had participated in the compilation of the statement, Chair, this is not how we normally communicate amongst ourselves as leaders. I am a firm believer of persuasion, eye to eye, say my view, and if I'm defeated, accept the outcome of the meeting. I'm not a believer in standing out there and making my point. When you had called me in the meeting, the minister had called us to a meeting, raised this point professionally with us, and the minister has powers at the end of the day to implement according to his program. If we were to try and convince the minister, the best way was not to go to the media. I put it here. That is why I raised it earlier on. The best way was to try and persuade the minister, and that best way would have been informed by the program I had suggested, that I have seen this thing, this is how far we have moved, give us a chance, we'll finish. I was reluctant myself to immediately, according to the report that I have, act against or for, because I thought having the concrete evidence of what is on the ground will actually put me in a better place to can speak with the minister going forward. But I do get your point, Chair, the point you are raising.
Yes. Mr. Pretorius?
This afternoon sometime, you mentioned a letter from the National Department of Human Settlements dated the 12th of January. It is a letter that was addressed to the head of department in the Free State, and it is dated the 12th of January. That was the National Department giving notice to the Provincial Department that the further allocations were being stopped. You recall you spoke of that letter.
That's correct, Chair.
Was that letter drawn to your attention?
As alluded, no, Chair.
Sorry?
As I have alluded earlier on, that I did not know about this letter. I only found out later.
How much
Later,
later?
before you
Rather
left the
strange.
department?
No,
After you had left the department?
after I had left the department.
Oh.
Did you know that payments had been halted? Surely one would have expected, and there are many unexpected things that did happen, I'll concede that immediately, but one would have expected that having received notification that payments were being stopped, you would have been told.
I've raised the issue of the letter myself, Chair, and I've said I don't see a point why the statement in the first place was issued when this letter was there, because with all respect, the leader of the evidence had just said the officials I'm speaking about were here, right? And this is what they said. And to go back and direct, this letter was meant to try and secure the funds not to be taken. Now, I'm saying to this commission, when I came across this letter that I'm being asked about, I did not see the wisdom of issuing a media statement. I mean, the letter was there, the allocation was taken already. As I've alluded, I would have done it differently, Chair. But the fact, I think the point you're asking me through you, Chair, is that, did I know about this letter? I've said no, I did not know. Had I known, I would have reported to ESCO and ensured that that process is truly stopped.
Yes, well, Mr. Zwane, the media statement itself explains its purpose, and that is to respond to a media statement issued by the National Department, quite critical of the Provincial Department. That's what it says. But
Well,
anyway, I don't want
I-
to, it's not your statement.
I have
and
answered
I
that,
don't want to
Chair.
go into the motive of a statement
Yeah,
that you didn't.
I've answered it to say I would have done differently.
Yes.
And I've detailed explained my way of doing things. As a leader in that department, I would have done things differently. That is what I've said.
Is your understanding of that media statement the same as mine? As I read the statement, it seems to me that the department was adopting a rather confrontational approach towards the national department or national minister to say, you want to take money from us because you say we are not performing. We want to tell you that we are performing, and we don't agree with what you are saying. Is your interpretation the same as mine of what the statement is about? Or have you got a different understanding or interpretation?
In my own words, Chair, I have said I would have preferred the statement to be polite.
Yes.
That is what I've said.
So, yes,
Meaning,
you would have wanted it to be conciliatory.
if you're a provincial department, there is no way you can stand against your own government, your own minister, who have allocated to you, and it's up to you to deliver, and you have challenges, and you resort back to begin to be confrontational, as the chair says. How would that help you in the process? Because the best way was to try and engage or adhere, knowing that the minister has all the powers to take and then ignore the statement. Statement would have never scared the minister, as far as I know the minister.
Thank you. Mr. Pretorius.
If we can go, Mr. Zwane, finally to the document at FS 14, page 226.
Yes, Chair.
You said you recognized this document as the expenditure recovery plan for 2010-2011 prepared by the Department of Human Settlements, Free State.
That is correct, Chair.
It must have predated November 2010, because we know it was presented to a MINMEC meeting in November 2010. Correct? This document originated before 19 November 2010.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Were you made aware of the contents of this document? After all, this document was prepared on your instruction, having received that instruction from the National Minister.
The statement you are talking about, and the recovery plan were not developed all at the same time. The recovery plan took into consideration the allocation the earlier allocation made by the department, and this allocation was then included to be part of the recovery plan, in terms of how I understand the sequence of events.
Yes. But was this the plan that emerged from the exercise you instructed the officials of the department to do?
I believe so, Chair.
All right. Let's go to FS 14, page 233, please. Now, there have been various statements made by witnesses this week as to the projections listed on page 233 of FS 14, and I'd just like to put them before you. The projections for cash flow expenditure show that there would have been by November 8,500 foundations and an expenditure in respect of those foundations of 170 million rand. You see that?
Are we talking about, yeah, no. I'm lost a bit, Chair.
So
Okay.
go to page
233.
233, please.
Of the black numbers.
Yes.
I like going to the red numbers, I don't know.
You don't
Yes,
have
Chair, I'm
that luxury today.
I don't know. Sorry, Chair. Yeah.
I think he wants you to repeat your question, Mr. Pretorius.
Yes. This cash flow projection in this document, presumably prepared during November or October of 2010, says that by November 2010, 8,500 foundations would have been laid,
That's correct, Chair.
an expenditure of 170 million rand. 3,500 wall plates would have been erected at an expenditure of 86,593,500 rand. Was that achieved? Was it remotely achievable when in January, on the most favorable projections in the press statement, they were only on track to complete 21,500 houses by the end of March? But anyway, let me not enter into comparisons at the moment. Let me just ask you, Mr. Zwane, the plain question: was that achievable? Was it achieved?
Chair, if I may say, looking back at the recovery plan, interrogating it thoroughly, it has loopholes.
It has?
Loopholes. Loopholes like it was an ambitious document, which I would have understood at that particular time, that people would have had to put their shoulder on the blade to ensure that this is achieved. And I think it's a well-known fact that that was not achieved.
So, whatever adjective we use, and many adjectives have been used this week, loopholes is a new one, is it fair to say that this is not realistic or accurate?
I think so, Chair.
We know at least that the purpose of this plan was to respond to the minister's directive that such a plan be provided so that they could consider whether funds should be withheld or not. Correct.
That is correct, Chair.
Do you know whether the figures that were put in to this plan page 233, that's the page we are looking at. Do you know whether before those figures were put in there in terms of how many houses would be at foundation stage, how many would be wall plate, how many completions? Do you know whether somebody did the necessary homework, practical homework, whether this could be done at a practical level, looking at all the issues? Do we have we appointed the contractors? Are the contractors we have appointed, will they be able to do this within such and such a time? Are the processes that must be followed, will they not cause delays? Or did somebody just sit in the office and put in a wish list to say, this is what we wish to achieve?
Well, Chair, I think that this process included a number of stakeholders, and contractors should also have been consulted. And on the strength of those consultations, I believe this document was then developed. As I've said, I've not entirely been in the process of the development of this document. But as things stand today, you can see that this was an ambitious document, to say the least. But people had committed that with all the resources we have in place, this is achievable, as I was informed by the HOD. And I accepted that explanation, because all what this explanation had said to me, and it meant at that particular time, is that anyway, we can't deceive the minister by being ambitious. The reality is going to come when a financial report is given to the minister. The reality will be there, and the minister will make a determination based on that reality. What I saw this document doing at that particular point in time was to push officials and everybody harder to try and achieve. Although I would have preferred a document that would have been specific to the point, but I must say in this commission that having attended a meeting with contractors and so forth, some of the issues they would say they would be able to achieve, they would not achieve at the end of the day. I think I must make that point.
But when you were given this document, did you say to the officials, for example, you people are saying by December, the department will have completed building 3,000 houses. Tell me how you are going to achieve that. Persuade me that what you have written here is convincing. How are you going to achieve that? I don't know what month you were talking about. Let's say maybe it was October or maybe September when you were given this, but we know it was before 19 November or early November. Did you say, explain to me how that is going to be achieved? Because when we say to the minister, or when we say to the public, by end of December, or when I say to EXCO, by end of December, we will have built 3,000 houses. If they ask me, or if the national minister asks me, how are you going to achieve that in circumstances where over 6 months before October of the financial year, we had not built a single house, from what I've been told by the witnesses from this allocation, not from previous allocations. Did you ask that question? Say, tell me how you are going to achieve that. Let me see whether you are talking about something achieved.
As I've alluded, Chair, the stance I took was to say to the officials, is this what you think you can achieve? Can I hold you accountable to this? And they did agree that you can hold us accountable. If I recall, I even went to the extent of saying there will be repercussions if we don't achieve according to what you are presenting to me. And we agreed. Hence, most of the officials committed themselves and worked during holidays. And I left it at that.
Am I correct then in understanding your answer to my question to be that you did not ask the question of how they would achieve, but you asked for an assurance that they would achieve these figures, and you said, well, if they are not achieved, there will be consequences.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right. Mr. Pretorius?
We have evidence, Mr. Zwane, that this expenditure recovery plan was presented to a technical MINMEC meeting on the 28th of October 2010. Technical MINMEC, we've learnt, is a meeting of officials, heads of department and other officials, Director Generals or Deputy Director Generals, dealing with operational matters. Correct?
Correct, Chair.
According to the evidence of Mr. McClatchwa, he said that at that meeting, the ERP was questioned and it was certainly not accepted. Do you have any knowledge of that?
No, Chair.
It was presented again at the technical MINMEC meeting the following month on the 18th of November 2010. We have the minutes of that meeting, that is in bundle FS 12 at 309. Yes. We look at paragraph 3.2.2 under the heading Free State Province. The minute reads, the plan as presented does not demonstrate the ability of the province to spend the 1.42 billion from now until the end of March 2011.
Can I
See
be
that?
helped? Can I be helped, Chair?
Paragraph 3.2.2 on FS 12-309. If you want a red number, I'll give it to you.
Oh, FS 12. I'm tired now.
Just waiting for you to say you've had enough for the day. So.
I'm with you, Chair.
You see paragraph 3.2.2 on that page? It says the plan as presented does not demonstrate the ability of the province to spend the 1.42 billion rand from now until the end of March 2011. It seems to be the consensus, but this was expressed as early as November 2010. You see that?
Yes, Chair.
What I wanted to ask you was, the evidence is that that was reported back to you. Was it?
No, Chair.
That statement should not surprise you, Mr. Zwane, should it? Namely, that the plan as presented did not demonstrate the ability of the province to spend the 1.4 billion rand from then until March 2011, because the plan that we have been talking about did not indicate how those figures would be achieved. It just put the figures almost like the targets, but did not say how those targets would be achieved. So I'm saying in the light of that, the statement should not surprise you. You agree?
I said earlier on, when I looked at the plan, interrogated it, I found it to be a very ambitious plan.
You found it?
An ambitious plan.
Yes, yes. Yes.
I did raise that point earlier.
Yes,
on.
no, you did. But what I'm saying is, when the MINMEC, or whatever the body was that met here, which included the Director General of the National Department, when this meeting says the plan as presented does not demonstrate the ability of the province to spend the 1.4 billion rand from then until March 2011, when the plan doesn't have anything to say how these targets would be achieved, one should not expect it to be persuasive, because the National Department would be saying, we can see that you are telling us that you are going to achieve 3,000 houses by end of December that would be completed, but you have put nothing that persuades us that you are right in thinking that you will achieve that. You accept that?
I understand it, Prof.
You understand that?
I understand, Chair.
Okay, all right.
But that the plan lacked the how.
Yes, the plan lacked the how, yeah. Okay.
The technical MINMEC meeting held on the 18th of November, you were not an invitee to that meeting, I understand.
That's correct.
We know that that meeting said what it did about the plan being unachievable or not demonstrating that it was achievable. That was minuted. Would you have been a recipient of those minutes?
No, Chair.
Right. It was followed by a meeting the next day of MINMEC. Not technical MINMEC, but MINMEC. Who attends MINMEC meetings?
The minister attends, Chair.
The MECs
The
and the minister.
MEC and the minister attends.
Yeah, so the MECs of the various departments around the country, plus the national minister.
That is correct.
We understand that you did not attend that meeting,
That is correct.
but would you have known, well, you must have known that that meeting was going to address important issues for your department, including the matter of the budget, correct, and funds.
That is correct.
You would have received the minutes of that meeting.
I would have received a report
And did you receive a report?
from the officials when coming back
Yes, who actually did attend on behalf of the department.
on behalf of the HOD, because the HOD on
Also,
behalf of the department was supposed to be there.
and he wasn't.
Yes, Chair.
So Mr. Matlachwa attended, is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Did he report back to you?
Mr. Matlachwa will actually report to the HOD, not me.
Did the HOD then report to you?
The HOD reported that, in my knowledge, they needed to readjust something in terms of the recovery plan as a report of feedback from the meeting, which I said, go ahead and do.
All right. The evidence that was given this week, Mr. Zwane, that was that the technical MINMEC rejection of the plan and its observation was confirmed by the National MINMEC, and that minute appears at page 314 of FS12. And if you would go to page 319, please.
319.
By the way, did you attend any MINMEC meetings during your term?
Yes, I did.
You did,
Yes, I did.
but this one not.
Yeah, this one I did not, Chair.
If you look at page 319, you'll see provincial expenditure reports on the Integrated Housing and Human Settlements Development Grant and delivery trends for the period ended 31 October 2010. The meeting noted a presentation by Mr. Mnyani. Who was he? Who is he? You know who he was at the time?
Mr. Munyani.
Doesn't matter.
I don't recall that name, Chair.
In any event, paragraph 3.2 says MINMEC agrees with the following recommendations of technical MINMEC in relation to the interventions around expenditure patterns, shifting of funds from non-performing provinces in the interests of service delivery. Provinces must invest more on planning. And thirdly, approval processes in the provinces must include consideration for bulk infrastructure. Now, that's obviously a cryptic minute. Information from Mr. Matlachwa, who attended the meeting, was firstly that the expenditure recovery plan was not accepted. Secondly, that this was ultimately reported to you.
This was widely covered, even on the media. I must allude to that fact. There were processes that followed that meeting. Because if you read the letter that I referred to from DG Tabane Zulu, dated the 12th of January, it says, despite the fact that you have been given 7 days in January to try and convince us why funds should not be taken, we now provoke the following sections according to the DORA Act and will not allocate any more to you. That was in January 2011. Closing this matter, bringing finality to the matter. I did not understand this meeting to be saying as of the 19th of November, we should surrender all the money. As I'm indicating, that letter was actually saying we have failed in convincing the department within 7 days, and that's when the final allocation was taken. And I've alluded to the fact, Chair, that I did not know about that letter earlier on. And if there would be a question that says you continued after that, I think that will be understood in that context.
Would you please go to FS 12, page 255?
255.
Is that 255
255.
of
Yes,
FS 12?
That appears to be a letter addressed to yourself, Mr. Zwane. It's dated, as is apparent from page 257, the 9th of December 2010, and it's signed by the National Minister of the time, Mr. Sekwale. And it seems that Premier Magashule may have been copied, but we don't know that. But that signature of Minister Sekwale seems to be the signature attached to the name there. You see that?
I see the letter.
Do you
Chair.
recall receiving this letter? Dated the 9th of December 2010.
Well, I see the letter, Chair.
It says, this letter serves to notify you of the intention to withhold part of your 2010-2011 allocation due to the reported underspending in line with DORA 2010 stipulations provided by Section 16(1)(c). Again, did you receive this letter?
I think I received this letter, Chair. I think so.
It says, goes on to say, you will see a highlighted portion on page 256. As you may know, an assessment of your department's recovery plan presented to the technical MINMEC held on 18 November 2010 revealed that the plan does not demonstrate ability to spend the entire budget before the end of this current financial year. You were told that in the letter, correct?
That's correct.
Goes on to say, in view of under expenditure, the MINMEC meeting held on 19 November 2010 considered the recommendations by the technical MINMEC, which indicates, amongst others, that funds should be transferred to provinces that have shown the ability to spend. That would have been reported to you, apparent from the minute.
That's correct, Chair.
The letter goes on to say, please be informed that an amount of 263 million rand will be withheld from your 2010-2011 allocation.
Yes, Chair.
Done with a view to request National Treasury to stop and reallocate such funding to other provinces that are in need of additional funding and have demonstrated a good spending performance. Correct.
That's correct.
Goes on to say you are therefore advised to submit written representation by 15 December 2010 as to why the allocation should not be withheld, failure of which will result with funds being withheld for reallocation. And then in handwriting at the bottom of the page, kindly treat this as urgent, sincerely. And then it seems to me that that is the Premier's handwriting and his signature at the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
You said Premier, you mean Minister?
No, I mean Premier, Chair. I may be wrong, but
okay.
it may be a note appended by the Minister. It may be a note appended by the Premier. It's not clear.
Oh, okay, no, that's fine, that's fine, I
Do you
can see
know
where you are.
whose handwriting that is?
No, I can't recall, Chair.
Yes,
But anyway, whoever it was someone senior to you.
It may appear that the letter was sent through the office of the Premier, and it was then brought
To you.
to you.
But
And I
whoever
think, yeah,
said what was said there was an additional comment, either from the Premier or from the National Minister, that you should treat it as urgent. Correct.
that's correct.
Were any representations made? Well, let me ask you this first. Perhaps it's fairer to say. Did you receive this? And when you received it, what did you do?
My officials were inundated with the response, as I alluded earlier on, Chair, that even when a report came through the HOD, which was made by Mr. Matlajwa, I agreed that they should respond as a matter of urgency. And in this case, the letter of the 12th will indicate our response to this matter. Because the letter of the 12th says we have not convinced the department in terms of this matter that we are dealing with, the national department. So they are evoking the necessary sections of DORA to take the money.
is your answer therefore to the question that the department did not make written representations within the time given in this letter?
No, the department was instructed to make written representations.
Yes, but what
I think they did, Chair. I think they did. Yeah, I may not recall. I may not recall the details thereof.
Yes.
Yeah, I may not recall the details thereof.
Would you have seen what they sent to the National Department as the representations of the department, or would you not have seen that at the time?
In this case, I take it that at issue here was a recovery plan that was not convincing. There are two issues that needed to happen. To try and beef up that recovery plan, to include the how part which has been a debate in this commission, and then send it back to the national government and see if they would accept this or not. And that is the instruction I had given, Chair. I should raise this point that it is on record that when it's not me who rejected the recovery plan. The recovery plan was rejected by National, raising these pertinent issues where officials were. And when that gets reported to me, I then said, let's do all in our power to ensure that we don't lose on the basis of our presentation to the national department.
So, is your answer to my question that you did not see the representations that may have been made?
I can't recall, Chair.
You can't recall
I know, I
whether you
can't
saw them
recall.
or not.
Yeah, no, I can't recall, Chair.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure that the matter can be fairly left there, Mr. Zwane. This letter from the National Minister said we are going to deprive the department of over 200 million rand unless you convince us that you can fairly and reasonably spend the money within the time. We know of no response, and it seems to be confirmed by the letter at FS 14268 of the 12th of January to which you've referred, which says we haven't been furnished with reasons as to why the allocation should not be withheld, and the time has now expired. That's the import of the letter of 12 January. Now, can I suggest to you that our investigations and the evidence that we've given does not indicate any further expenditure recovery plan, revised expenditure recovery plan being submitted to the National Department. And the reason for that is simple, that it just simply was not achievable. And that's consistent with all the evidence, including yours.
I may not deny that fact, Chair. But what I may raise at this point, I was looking at when the letter was written. And I can see that the deadline was the 15th of December 2010. And this letter was signed on the 5th of December by the Office of the Premier. At that particular time, there were processes that had been put in place. And some of the processes are the processes that we are deliberating on today. In November, there were processes that were put together. We met with the contractors. They suggested what they suggested. They even went to work over weekends, and we're going to work during December. Now, to me, at that particular time, although not disputing the fact that I can't have facts with me here, I can't recall properly, to me, there were tangible programs that would have been submitted to the minister. And it would have been another story if we are seated here and saying the minister rejected the presentation. Because that is what took place, and everybody seems to collaborate in terms of their testimony in this commission. That people worked in December, people worked during holidays, and I may not recall why was this not presented to the minister. As I say, I can't clearly recall the events around this matter.
The advance payment system, which was underway at the time, was in fact presented to the MINMEC meeting and was rejected by them. They warned against its implementation. So the processes underway at the time were tabled, were rejected. That's the first point. You may wish to comment on that.
If those processes were then rejected, it will only be correct that our presentation as a province was rejected by National. It's a different story from saying records are saying there was no representation at all. All what I'm trying to illustrate is that National has a prerogative to accept or reject in terms of the weight, and that we'll respect as a province. That is the point I was trying to narrate here.
Well, the timing is important, Mr. Zwane. The advance payment system, and we'll come to that in due course, was in fact rejected as early as 18 November by the technical MINMEC. And That was reported to the MINMEC meeting the following day on the 19th of November. But what one would have expected on receipt of the letter of 9 December 2010 from the National Minister warning about the impending stopping of funds, one would have expected if there was the remotest possibility of the expenditure recovery plan being successful, and you being aware of that, one would have expected all efforts and every effort to be made, however busy one might have been at this time in December, to make an urgent presentation to the National Minister saying, hold it, National Minister, we can do this. Here's the proof. And that wasn't done. Do you have a comment?
I want to believe that this question, Chair, is related to the question that I've answered. That the presentations were done and rejected. And I think the point that may be raised is that was I aware at that particular time? And I've alluded to the fact that the rejection thereof of the internal memo, which resulted ultimately to agreements. I was not aware that it was rejected around 19 November, because the question then becomes, if it was rejected around 19 November, this internal memo was only finalized on the 25th of November. How possible is that this memo would have been presented in the meeting of the 19th of November? Maybe verbally, I can accede to that point. But to the best of my knowledge, I don't really recall such a report being presented to my table.
It may not have been what has euphemistically been referred to as a legal opinion, we'll come to that, had been presented to the meetings in November. In fact, it was presented. The advanced payment system idea was presented. The memorandum may or may not have been presented, we don't know. But it was also rejected. It was said, this is unlawful, you can't proceed with it. But I'll come to that. We're going to come to that piecemeal, Mr. Zwane.
But before your next question, going back to the issue of representations that may or may not have been made by the department in response to the National Minister's letter that starts at page 255. Are you saying that as you sit there, you don't remember whether indeed the department made representations as a matter of fact, and you don't remember whether you did see such representations, but you can't think why they would not have been made? Well, what is the position?
What I'm saying, Chair, is that I can't recall proper facts. What I recall is that there were activities
Yes.
that were undertaken by the province, and those activities were fit to be presented as an intervention to the challenges that we have.
But are you saying that the activities to which you now refer were meant to be brought to the National Department in response to this letter from the National Minister, or are you simply talking about a different point?
The letter as it comes, Chair, it says the recovery plan has not been accepted
Yes.
in its current form.
Yeah,
That means the recovery plan should be altered.
yes,
That
Yeah.
is my understanding. And beyond the recovery plan, there were these activities that we're busy with that would be filtered and be able to answer that question the chair has been raising, the how part. We now had the how part. Working on weekends, we're going to be working on holidays. That is the how part. The National Department would have then had an opportunity to look at the practicality of the how part. That is why I'm saying I don't see a point why would we have not responded to the call by National, because we were indeed doing something along the lines that the National Department of Human Settlement wanted us to respond. I can't just recall whether I saw that the presentation. That's what I'm raising.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. But I would have expected that for such an important issue where the National Department was threatening to take away such a lot of money, 260-something million, I would have thought that the officials, once they had prepared the representations, would let you have sight of them
No, that's true.
before sending them off. That would be your expectation as well.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes,
That
but
is
you don't
correct.
recall that they did that.
I don't recall because you'll remember, Chair, that we're back and forth in terms of this matter, which had started earlier. Correspondence, reporting here and there. I must say to this commission, we relied to the information that is there in the department in terms of even documents. It does not mean that I recall everything that was here. I relied much on that, and some of the information I could not get. And as a result, I can't firmly say this happened or it did not happen.
Okay, Mr. Pretorius, I see we are at 5 o'clock. Shall we talk about how far we will all go?
Can I just finish one point
Yes,
and then
okay.
we can, just on this, because there's a new point
Yeah,
to be
no,
made
that's fine.
after this. To take what has been put to you by the chair just one step further, this letter from the National Minister addressed to you to treat as urgent in December, giving an ultimatum, explain or lose the money, was the culmination of many months of planning and work. I would have thought that you would have made a point of ensuring that an answer was given. You would have instructed your officials to give you something, and if you didn't get it, you would have raised the roof. It's an important event now. You're going to lose 250 million rand. All your efforts of the year are going to come or be seriously prejudiced. You're given an ultimatum. You, Mr. Zwane, are given an ultimatum, and I'm talking now you in your official capacity, not an HOD or anyone else. You're told to respond by a certain time. This is a culmination of many, many months of planning and deliberation and reports and plans. You would inevitably, in that position, have made sure that there was a response, firstly, and you would have remembered that.
Well, Chair, I can't see why I would have not acted in that manner. In fact, let me say in this commission, I've never ignored an instruction to the best of my ability, especially coming from the office of the Premier. What I'm trying to narrate here is not whether I failed to act or not. I have said in my response, I did not pick up any document to demonstrate what has happened, and I can't recall now. Remember, Chair, with all respect, that these are the issues that happened in 2010. We are in 2020. As important as they are, it is reasonable to say I can't remember all of them. I did not get any supplementary information that would even refresh my memory on this issue. But surely I should take that I did
Well,
instruct my officials to act.
Mr. Swan, if there's any single event, the point I was trying to make, that would have been remembered, it was this event. And may I suggest that the reason why there was no response, because there could be no response. The best, as you've alluded to now, was to say to the Minister, but Minister, we're working weekends. Please don't take away our money.
I think, Chair, from where I'm seated, that would have been sufficient if we did not have any other reasons. And that will depend from the Minister whether he accepts it or not. I think the point, unless I misunderstand here, is not to point out at lack of cohesion by the department. It's to reflect on the events and their sequence as how did we try to alleviate the situation which needed to be alleviated. And I can't have proper facts to put on the table because there are no records, as I'm saying. And I would have been glad to be told by this commission that your response was shallow. I would have accepted that. But I don't have that report to put on the table. That's what I'm trying to say, Chair. It's not here.
Do you remember whether you responded to this letter from the National Minister, because the letter was addressed to you?
I'm saying I can't recall, Chair.
You can't recall whether
Yes,
you...
I've said that earlier.
Yeah. It is quite concerning, because the question of housing, the building of houses in your department during that time, one has been made to believe through evidence that has been given here was very close to your heart. You had gone to the extent of saying, I'm not going on holiday during this December, January, because you wanted to oversee the building of as many houses as possible before the end of the financial year. Now, here is the National Minister, in effect, threatening to derail that plan by taking away over about 260 million rand. One would have thought that you would have said, well, I must respond to this letter. There must be representations that are made, and you would have, even if you asked the officials to prepare them, you would have wanted to see them, and you would have responded to the minister and say, here are the representations, or I know that the representations have been sent by the officials, but maybe for convenience, here is a copy for you. We mean business when we say we want to perform quite much better than the past few months on this housing project. One would have thought that, and I know that it's a number of years after then, but somehow one would have thought that as you were going through documents and seeing this letter, you would remember if you had responded to say, I might not have a copy of the response, but I know I responded to this one. But you say you can't remember.
No, I can't.
Yeah, okay. are at 5:08. From my side, I'm still happy to proceed. How is your situation, Mr. Pretorius? I'm seated, you are standing the whole day.
Yes. Chair, that's a relevant factor to me only. It's not decisive of the way we go,
Yes,
but there are other factors that I think are important.
Yeah,
We've been dealing with the expenditure recovery plan, which is half the story. We still have to deal with the advance payment system, and we have to deal with that from the period beginning October 2010 onwards. So it's a substantial amount of work to do. I think Mr. Zwani's position should be taken into account.
yes, no.
Quite
I'm going to
frankly,
ask you.
I think I've had enough,
Yes,
but I'm willing to
yes,
accept any instruction that you
yes.
give.
Mr. Swane, how is your situation?
I've given him a clear warning.
No, Chair.
Maybe Mr. Swane is going to say, I want Mr. Pretorius tired, so let me ask me questions when he's tired. I don't want
We
him
can
fresh.
see who lost.
No, Chair. He has told me to listen to him. I argued with him earlier on, and I discovered that I was wrong in terms of the arrangements. My belief is that, Chair, we should take into consideration what the leader of evidence has presented. This is about the quality of work that we must do, and if we push at the point where we just want to finish, I believe it may not be fruitful to all of us. I think that's the response from me.
So I guess your response is you are available to continue, but you think we must take account of Mr. Pretorius' situation.
That's correct.
Okay. Your legal representative? I'm sorry, you are also available, but you say we must take into account Mr. Pretorius' situation as well. Or you say he's strong, we should continue. Yeah, he doesn't have gray hair. And no, Mr. Pretorius, I understand your situation, and maybe based on what you say, if we were to continue, maybe we wouldn't continue beyond 6, and I don't know whether we would finish even if we continue. But I'm inclined to
No,
think,
we're not going to finish by 6, Chair. Not at the rate we've been going.
yes,
I mean, if there was a sea change, perhaps.
yeah.
Unlikely.
Well, you might have concerns about the rate, but I'm not complaining in terms of doing justice to the issues.
Yes, that's the point, I
that's
think.
important, and I think we have been dealing with issues quite properly. If we stopped now, and we would be able to continue, I mean, I think early next week there might still be a time. Monday, we have spoken about Mr. Swamane, and but that was on the assumption that we would finish with Mr. Zwane, and you have another witness for Monday. Is that right?
Yes, and Tuesday, but
And
2 o'clock Tuesday should do.
3 o'clock.
2.
2 o'clock. That's fine. If we are able to continue early next week and finish Mr. Zwane's evidence early next week, whether Tuesday or Monday, I would be happy that I would have no problem that we adjourn now. Mr. Zwane, would that be, if we look at you continuing on at 2 o'clock on Tuesday, would that be fine?
Chair, I understand the meaning of sapuna,
Of
being sapunat.
yeah.
So I guess I don't have much of a choice, but I think it's fine.
It will be fine.
If I can just raise one point, Chair.
Yes.
If at all possible, it it would assist this commission for me to also have the information that the commission is having.
Oh, yes, yes,
because
that
because
you'll be
we-
asked questions on,
yes,
yeah,
it may seem as if somebody's it's
Yeah.
not answering properly.
yeah. No, I
Some
think
of
they
the,
can give
some of
that.
the information that is here, I'm seeing it for the first time here.
No, I think they'll give that, the information to you if you didn't get it before.
Well, particularly in relation to the advance payment system, Chair,
Yes,
that's another reason
Yeah.
why there should not be that complaint.
yes,
That Mr. Zwane should have the opportunity.
Yes.
And may I suggest that the evidence given by the witnesses this week
Yeah.
is available
yeah,
on the website,
yeah,
or we can make transcripts available
yeah,
if it's not on the website. And that's all that Mr. Zwane would have to have regard to.
yes, yes. So that will be given to you, Mr. Zwane. After this, you and your legal representative will talk to Mr. Pretorius and his team, and arrangements will be made so that you are not going to have a weekend this weekend, you are going to be reading.
It's not for the first time.
It's not for the first time.
Yes,
So we are therefore going to adjourn the proceedings on the basis that you will come back at 2 o'clock on Tuesday next week. And then we will finish.
Yes,
So if we need to go beyond 4 o'clock, we will go beyond 4 o'clock.
yes, Chair.
Is that fine?
that is fine.
Yes.
I will remember that.
Yeah, okay, all right. All right, I think then we can stop here.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to everybody for your cooperation. We are going to adjourn and for the day, and on Monday we will hear the. Will you start with Mr. Swameno at 10, Mr. Pretorius?
Tswamitsi.
Tswamitsi,
I'm
yes.
sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I don't like people mispronouncing my surname, and I'm sorry that I'm pronouncing somebody's surname wrongly. Yes. Will you start with him or with your other witness? Or you want to decide that later?
Mr. McKenzie should not be a long time,
Yes.
and perhaps we should deal with that
Yeah.
and then get back into this matter.
Okay, so on Monday I'll hear the evidence of Mr. Mokhetsi and then your other witness. Yeah, okay, all right. We adjourn.